Well, good morning, everyone in the building. We're very excited to get our breeding heifer show underway here at the 2024 Classic. Want to do a huge shout out and recognize and thank Next Level Images for being here at the Classic. If you are looking for your photos, make sure you go to Next Level Images, go to the backdrop and get your pictures taken.
I saw some of those photos yesterday and they are just outstanding. She captures. I joked earlier in the week about the bulls and heifers smiling. She's got it done.
Well, it's going to be a fun day. We've got a big day, but the sun is shining and the weather's beautiful. And again, want to do a huge shout out to KRVN. Very honored to have KRVN as one of our sponsors all 33 years here at the Classic. And with that, it's truly my honor to recognize our official MC here at the Classic, Miss Susan Littlefield.
Well, good morning and thanks again, Ronette. It has been a great week spending time with folks here at the Classic, and we are ready to get underway with our breeding heifer show. Our first class set to enter the ring right now. These are 2 entries in our Angus breeding heifers. They were both born during the month of May.
I also want to do a huge thank you to liveauctions.tv, Mariah and Margot, for being here with us. They're a part of our team. It's an honor to work with them throughout the year. They bring our shows and sales live to people that can't be here. So thanks, Mariah. Thanks for everything you do. Also want to remind you, if you guys are wanting to know where you can tell somebody at home to watch, go to liveauctions.tv.
Well, as they come on around, a good pair to get us started this morning, and I had a good time yesterday getting to work through showmanship, and I'm really excited to be here today and get to work through your breeding heifer show. We're starting off and setting the bar really high with a very nice pair of heifers in this class that have a little bit of give and take. For me, the difference is initially when they came in on the lap, the heifer that's going to lead us off probably maintains her balance just a little bit better in motion. But comparative between the two, she hooks up just a little bit better right behind her shoulder. She stays a little bit stronger over her loin, and she's set down just a little bit better in her tail head. And I do think that the set of her hind leg is just a little more attractive whenever you get her in motion. So I like her top line strength, consistency, and the way she maintains her balance just a little bit better whenever we get her into motion. The heifer that's going to be second, if you just took a picture of her standing still from the side, she's long-necked and a little more extended than our class winner. Her lower body balance and the sweep that she has to her rear rib and flank is good. For me, where I want to pick on her from time to time, she looks like she gets a little more upright in her knee. She wants to pull her loin down, pop her tail head up, and get a little extra set to her hind legs. So just a couple of little things that I'd like to change in her balance-wise. But a very good pair to get us started. Congratulations to both of those young ladies.
Well, probably the lady with the most important job today is Miss Macy Goretzka, and very honored to have her being our official judge here in our Breeding Heifer show at the Classic. Macy is no stranger to the show ring. If you travel across the nation, you'll recognize this young lady. She grew up in Cordon, Iowa, raising show cattle. She attended Redlands Community College and Oklahoma State. She judged very successfully on both of those livestock judging teams. Macy also assistant coaches at OSU while pursuing a master's in meat science. Macy now works at Redlands and is an assistant coach for the livestock judging team. A huge welcome to Macy, and we'll thank her a little later on today. She's very excited to be here to work with our youth and is extremely passionate about beef industry and the youth that are our future leaders.
It definitely comes across as she talks about with the youth and about what they're doing. We've moved on now to class number 2 in our Angus breeding heifers. These were born in the month of April. Your results of class 1. First goes to Casey Meyer and second to Julia Wolf.
Well, another good class here, and I think these 3 fall together really well, 1, 2, and 3, and have a lot of logic. Young ladies that's going to lead off, I think needs to do so, and you need to land on her pretty quickly, especially when they first come in. Your first impression of these cattle is on the lap. Her build from the ground up is really good. Foot shape, lower joint work, flexibility, and how comfortable she is in motion is really good. That look of balance that she has standing still, she maintains very very, very well whenever you get her in motion. So not only standing still, whenever you look down the line, is she the one that hits you the best in terms of her silhouette, her balance, but she also maintains that the best whenever we get her in motion. I'd probably like to see her come just a little bit bolder in the turn to her upper rib, right behind her shoulder. She gets just a little bit flatter there, but I like that heifer's balance, and her build is very, very nice. Probably just a little more debate between 2 and 3. I think there's structure things that we can change about both of them. The young ladies that's going to be second hits me just a little bit smoother in a few spots. I like her look up front. She's a little bit cleaner in her navel. I like that heifer's body shape and body type, so she hits me just a little bit smoother in a couple of spots, and I do like her volume and the turn that she has to her rib. Just need to change her down low a little bit, make her more comfortable, set her back a little bit in her knee, make the set of her hind leg a little bit more comfortable. Then she won't want to roll up in her top line quite as much whenever you get her in motion. Heifer that's going to round us out, one that's got some moderation, some volume, some body. For me, whenever you study her from the side, gets just a little bit piecier. She's a little more forward in her knee. Her lower body balance isn't quite as good. She wants to cut up to her flank, and then we need to change the way she gets out into motion and make her just a little bit more comfortable, especially there out of her hip and hind leg, and make her set down just a little more correct. But another good class, really nice class winner. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And congratulations out of Class 2. First will go to McKinley Stoller, second is to Julia Wolf, and third goes to Jackson Snell. Class number 3 is now setting foot in the ring. These will be for the month of March.
good class here and a little bit deeper and really good quality on the top end. And I do think that there's a little bit of give and take between a couple of these out here. Specifically, I thought these top three were the ones that hit me the hardest whenever they came in, and there's a little bit of back and forth between them. I thought stopped and standing still and set up from the profile. The young man's that's going to lead off. I like that heifer's look of balance. I like her extension up front. I think comparative to the heifer in second, she is just a little more extended up front. She's a little bit more opened up whenever you get in behind her and study her in the way that she comes to her pin set, and she matches that down low with a little more substance and a little more stoutness of bone work. She's got just a little bit of chest, and she's not the deepest bodied one that we've seen and we probably will see, but I like that heifer's balance and quality extension up front is good. The heifer that's going to be second, moderation, depth of body, I like in her, and whenever you get her in motion, I really like the way she flexes and uses her lower joint work. So if she's the one that you want to label complete and land on her, I'm good with it. For me, she gets just a little more refined in terms of her bone work, and whenever you get in behind her, I'd like to see her opened up and just a little bit stouter. She gets a little more pinched in her pin set and just a little bit flatter and a little narrower going away. This heifer in third, she has got very striking pieces, and as she continues on down the road, I have no doubt that she will be very competitive. Today, she looks just a little bit racier in terms of her lower body. Standing still, she hits you really hard. In motion, she's just a little more upright in her knee. She wants to come up just a little bit in her loin, drop her pin set, and get underneath of herself just a little bit there. So it throws off her balance just a little bit more whenever we get her in motion. The heifer that comes next, moderate, good body, gets just a little bit too plain out here in terms of her look up front, gets a little extra set to her hind leg and never really wanted to relax and show herself off. The heifer that comes next, another one, good bodied, good in the sweep back to her rear ribbon flank, a little bit plainer in her look up front, a little frailer in her bone work, and gets a little extra set to her hind leg. A little bit of a different speed coming here next, one that's got a little more volume, a little more performance, and a little more stoutness, just gets a little piecier and a little coarser, a little more open in her shoulder, a little bigger in her hocks. This one needs to be just a little bit stouter down low. She's got some length, she's got some extension, just need to stouten her down low and make her set down a bit more comfortable. And the young ladies that's going to round us out, again, has some extension, just need to stouten her down low and make her hit us with just a little more presence out here. Good class, a little bit of give and take there on the top end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
As we continue on with our Angus breeding part of our show, the breeding heifers out of Class 4 were born during the month of February, from February 2nd to February 27th. Here are your results coming out of Class 3. In first place, congratulations to Michael Coulterman. Second will go to Casey Meyer. Third is to Cade Hogan. Fourth to Jesselyn Hudson. Fifth will go to Tatum Stevenson. Sixth to Ashton Demuth. Seventh is to Camille Carr, and eighth is to Caitlin Dodds. Again, we're in the ring now with Class 4. There are a total of 6 classes for our Angus breeding heifers.
Well, another good class that we have here, and I think there's a little bit of give and take, but there probably wasn't a time that I questioned starting the heifer that's going to lead off in here. And I think whenever you study the cattle coming in and whenever they get set up from the profile, that's where this heifer really hits you. Whenever of all the cattle in here, she is by some margin the most attractive and very, very flattering in her profile from the side. I like her look up front comparative to the two behind her. She is quite a bit neater about her head and her neck, the way she blends into her shoulder. Her lower body sweep is good, and whenever she gets in motion, she still does a good job of maintaining her balance very, very nicely. Is she probably as stout as maybe I like some of them? Probably not, but I think she's good enough, and I really like that heifer's freshness and quality and balance that she has out here. I thought 2 and 3 got just a little bit closer, and honestly, the young ladies in third, she was just fighting you the whole dang time, and a little bit hard to get a good read on, especially getting those cattle in motion, because I do think there's a little bit of give and take. Probably whenever they got stopped and set up from the side, though, the heifer that ended up second, maybe just a little bit longer necked, and I think for me, she stays a little bit more consistent from hooks to pins and just a little bit square there. That heifer in second wants to fall out of balance a little bit whenever we get her in motion, and she's got just a little bit of chest, and so she gets a little bit piecier whenever we get her out, but I do like her strength and the way she comes hooks to pins. The one that's going to be third, moderation, body type is good, and I think that heifer's good in terms of her lower joint work. She's flexible. She just was fighting you the whole time, and she's not the neatest necked, and she's not the squarest coming out of her hip, so when she was pulling back, sinking her neck down into her and kind of rolling her hip, it just made her look a little bit rounder and a little bit plainer off either end, and we could change her in those couple areas, but she accentuated it just a little bit more today. But you're doing a good job sticking with it and working with that heifer. As we work on down the line, the heifer that comes next, one that's got some extension, a little more upright in her knee and shoulder, and probably not the same kind of lower body sweep or volume that we'd like to see in her. The one that comes next, from her shoulder back, I don't mind that heifer. She probably does have the advantage in terms of forerib, sweep back to her rear rib and flank. She's getting a little more condition for me right in terms of her chest. I want to clean her up there, and she gets a little extra set to her hock, so those couple of things kind of throw off her balance just a little bit. Big thing is change her chest and the way it lays in her and make her just a little more attractive there. The young ladies that comes next, fresh and extended. That heifer is a little bit leaner in her condition. She gets a little bit frailer in terms of her bone work, a little more upright off either end, and the young ladies that's going to round us out. Again, one that's got some extension, top line strength, and consistency is good. Just a little bit shallower in terms of her body, a little bit frailer in terms of her feature down low. Another good class there. Congratulations.
Class 5 now will be entering. There'll be 3 in this class, all born in January 10th to the 13th of 23. Here's the results coming out of Class 4. First, we'll go to, thank you, Tucker Stegmeyer. Second is to Tanner Ellis. Third goes to Jesselyn Hudson. Fourth is to Atlee Parr. Fifth goes to Caden Wow. Sixth to Casey Deathlifts. And seventh to Addison Dariample.
Well, another good class that we have here. I think the heifer that leads off just needs to do so within the set. She's just the one that has not only the most volume, the most stoutness down low, but I'm also probably the most comfortable with her structure and the way she pieces together from the side. She's probably not perfect just in the way she comes out of her hip, and she's got maybe just a little bit of chest, but I do think that heifer needs to win in here just in terms of volume, substance, balance. She's just the one. It gets a little bit closer between 2 and 3, and there's a little bit of trade-off between them. Whenever you get up on top of the two heifers, the young lady that's going to be second does have just a little more volume coming out of the backside of her shoulder. I like the way she probably comes out of her neck and her head just a little more attractive. She's too shallow in terms of her lower body and a little bit straight and coarse off either end. The young ladies that's going to round us out, she does have a little more depth and a little more sweep back to her rear rib and flank, but she is the flattest right behind her shoulder. She gets some extra set to her hind leg and doesn't balance quite as nicely from the side. So a little give and take there, but another good class. Congratulations to those 3 exhibitors.
And congratulations in Class 5. First goes to Kaylin Klubler, second is to Brianna Brown, and third goes to Logan Barda. This is our final class of Angus breeding heifers. This is class number 6, born in both October and November of 22.
Well, another good pair that we have here, I believe, to round out our last class of the Angus, and I think these two fall into place well for me. The young ladies that's going to lead us off, I think, does so just in terms of her balance between the two. I like the way she pieces together a little bit better from the side. She's a little more attractive about her head and her neck. She's really good in the sweep she has to her rear rib and flank, and just pieces together a little bit neater, a little smoother, and a little more attractive everywhere you study her. She's getting just a little bit of chest building in her. We could stouten her hind leg, and she maybe sets just a little bit straighter from time to time in the set to her hock, but I really like that heifer's freshness, balance, and a lot of good things and a lot of quality in her. The young ladies that's going to be second, that heifer does have the right kind of body type, the right kind of volume. She just gets a little plainer out here comparative to the one in front of her. She's a little bit shorter, a little bit plainer about her head and her neck. She's getting just a little more condition up around her tail head, and probably just doesn't piece together quite as well as our class winner, but you're doing a good job, and one that I appreciate in terms of her growth and her substance and her body type. So a good pair there. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Here's your results of class number 6. First will go to Kara Myers. Second is to Isabella Detwiller. We're going to bring in now for a selection of your champion Angus breeding heifer.
We're in for a fun day here at the Classic, and again, we really want to welcome Miss Macy Gretzka here to the Classic. She'll be working with our heifers all day today, and we got a full day in our breeding heifer show, but we're going to have a lot of fun. For those of you who weren't ringside earlier this morning, want to do a shout out. Macy grew up in Cordon, Iowa. She raised show cattle, and she's definitely no stranger to the show ring. She attended Redlands Community College and Oklahoma State, and judged on both livestock teams. Macy also assisted coaching at OSU while pursuing her master's in meat science. Macy now works at Redlands and is the assistant livestock judging coach. Again, let's put our hands together and welcome her. We're excited for her to work with us today.
Well, a good lineup that we have here in our first division drive, and I'm really excited to get to work through the rest of our divisions today because this is setting the bar really high out here, and the quality of these heifers is very, very good, and I'm really excited because this is an awesome lineup that we have, and so I'll be excited to keep working through the rest of the divisions today. I'll talk through them a little bit and let you know kind of what I'm thinking. We started off really good with the young ladies out of the first class, and I thought she won in there pretty handily, and I really like what that heifer does, and she's good in her rib and her body type. She balances good out here. She's got a lot of presence and a lot of quality, maybe not as stout in her lower bone work as some of the other ones that we'll talk about, but I really like that heifer, and I think she's got a lot of upside for the young lady. The young ladies that came out of the second class, I really like this heifer, especially in motion. She's got a good foot shape. She's got a stout hind leg, and her lower joint work and her flexibility, especially out of her hip and hind leg, is very, very nice. I like that heifer's sweep to her rear rib and flank, and I like her presence up front. For me, and we talked about it in class, I wish she was just a little bit better right behind her shoulder. She gets just a little bit flatter in the turn to her upper rib cage, and she wants to break from time to time right behind it. But if you just stand off to the side of her and study her balance, especially in motion, I really like what that heifer does. The young mans that came out of the third class, there was a little bit of give and take in there, and I liked this heifer, and I thought maybe she combined a couple of things. I like her presence, her freshness up front. Whenever you get up on top of her, I think she's got a good turn to her upper rib cage and volume up high. She's maybe not as deep in the way she sweeps back to her rear rib and flank, and I think that will come with time, but I like that heifer. I like her freshness. I like her presence and her quality. The young mans that came next, I like this heifer, and I think everywhere you study her, she's just good, and she hits you really hard from the side. Whenever you look down the lineup of them, she's probably one of the ones that hits you the hardest just in terms of her presence, her look, her quality up front. She's very attractive about her head and her neck. She hooks up really good right behind her shoulder. Rib and body type is good, and I still think that heifer is plenty flexible whenever we get her in motion. I talked about how maybe she could be just a little bit stouter for me and probably the way I like them, but I like that heifer's freshness and quality and the way she pieces together out here. Young ladies that came next, she won in that class just in terms of stoutness and volume and the way she balanced. When we get her back out here and compare her to some of the cattle probably on either side of her, she maybe doesn't come with the same kind of level of presence, and she gets just a little bit plainer about her throat there and probably doesn't hit you quite as hard in this lineup, but she's still a good kind and she does a lot of good things. Young ladies that came out of that last class there, we just finished talking about her extension, her freshness is good. I really like that heifer's lower body and the way she sweeps back to her rear rib and flank. I mentioned how she's getting just a little bit of chest coming in her, and from time to time it looks like she sets just a little bit straighter in her hock, but I really like that heifer's balance. I like her look up front, and you've done a really good job getting her presented out here. So for me, there's a little bit of give and take, but a lot of quality out here. So I'm going to put this down, take one more look at them. If you guys would, congratulate all these exhibitors on a very, very high quality Angus division.
And just a reminder, make sure you head over to the backdrop for those photos. Congratulations, your champion Angus breeding heifer exhibited by Tucker Stangmeyer. Reserve champion Angus breeding heifer is McKinley Stoller. Again, just a reminder, don't forget about backdrop photos. And even if you don't place in those top champion and reserve, get over there and get some photos taken. They've been doing an amazing job over there with pictures. As we continue to move on, we're on now Class 7. Class 7 is the Charlay breeding heifers. There will be 2 coming in this first class, April 10th and May 5th of 23.
A good pair that we have here, and I think these two come together nicely in my mind. I like the young ladies that's going to lead us off, and I think between the two, that heifer is just a little bit stouter in terms of her foot, in terms of her bone work, but I also like how she gets out, how she uses her lower joint work. She's really good in the build down low, and I like the way she pieces together from the side just a little bit better. She's a little smoother in her shoulder and probably just a little bit better in terms of her lower body and the way she comes back to her rear rib and flank. So a really nice class in her. The young man's, it's going to be second. I like that heifer's extension up front. She's got a good look and presence about her. She's wanting to fight you just a little bit today. She's not quite as stout in terms of her lower joint work, in terms of her bone work, and she gets just a little racier and just a little shallower in terms of her rib and body type. But a good pair there. Congratulations to both of them.
And congratulations out of Class 7. First we'll go to Sydney Allard. Second is to Devin Benish. Continuing on with our Charlay breeding heifer. This is class number 8, all born during the month of March 12th to March 31st.
Well, another good class, and this one comes together really well in my mind. And I thought these two probably hit me just a little bit better in terms of their initial quality, presence. But the young man's that's going to lead off, I think for me, just needs to do so. I like that heifer, the way she lays into her chest a little bit better. She hooks up stronger and better right behind her shoulder, and the way she transitions to her forerib. I like her body type, and of all four of them, I like her lower joint work, her build and flexibility down low the best. She's wanting to roll just a little bit out of her hip there, so we could perfect her just a little bit in the way she comes there, make her just a nickel bit square. But I really like that heifer, her build from the ground up, her body type and substance. She's wanting to fight him, but you're doing a good job sticking with it. The heifer that's going to be second, that one's got extension up front. The way she transitions, she's got a good sweep back to her rear rib. She just doesn't come out of the backside of her shoulder quite as good. In her upper forerib, she's got just a little more chest, and you can see standing still, her angles to her lower joint work don't look quite as comfortable. She stays up just a little bit more on her pasterns, and she keeps a little extra set to her hind legs, so we could change her to make her a little more attractive. I think she's plenty flexible and plenty sound. She's just maybe not the most attractive whenever you get her in motion. The young man's that's going to come next, I thought 3 and 4 had a little bit of give and take. This heifer probably hit me with just a little more presence initially between the two. I think she's a little fresher, a little more youthful about her head and her neck, and she comes back a little bit square and a little stronger down her top. Need to set her back a little bit in her knee, open her up, and give her just a little more rib and body. The young ladies that's going to round us out, one that's got some grow and extension, she just gets a little more general in terms of her look and her presence out here, a little plainer about her head, so we just need to change her there, give her a little more presence and a little more quality. But another good class. Congratulations to all of those.
And congratulations out of Class 8. First will go to Brayson Miller, second to Jackson Snell, third exhibited by Brecken Went, and fourth goes to Kai Haggerty. Class number 9 is entering the ring here momentarily. We're just waiting for a youth to be able to switch animals. All right, here we go. Class number 9. These are February 2nd to February 26th.
Well, a good class here. I think the young ladies that's going to lead off, these two hit me just a little bit harder in terms of their freshness, their presence, and probably having just a little more quality to them. But the young ladies that's going to lead off, I do think that she's the more complete one. I do like her moderation and her body type, and those two things make her fit you just a little bit better and balance a little bit better from the side. And between, I think, all of the cattle, whenever we get her in motion, she's my favorite in terms of her lower joint work, her flexibility, and the way she gets out in motion. She's still comfortable. We could clean her up just a little bit up front, make her just a little bit neater there, but from her shoulder back, she's a good kind of a female that's got the right kind of body type, the right kind of build, and you're doing a good job getting her presented. The heifer that's going to be second, I think as she continues to feed and hopefully belly down for you, she's got a lot of quality. I like her freshness and her extension up front. Her top line strength is good. She just gets a little bit racier and a little bit shallower in terms of her rib and body type out here. I'd like to soften her just a little bit there in the way she comes back to her rear rib and flank to make her balance just perfectly. But I like that heifer's freshness, extension. Young man's that's going to come next. This heifer is stout and powerful. She's got a good shape coming down her top. She's big and stout out of her hip. Just gets a little bit coarser with that. Not quite as smooth and not quite as feminine as those two that go out in front of her. She's got just a little more chest. And whenever you get in behind her, she probably wants to push her hock just a little bit and starts to get just a little bit on the edge there in terms of her hind leg. But I do like her stoutness and I do like her power. Young man's it's going to come next. One that's got some extension, just a little bit greener, not quite as much rib and body, gets a little bit shallower there. So I'd like to soften her, make her just a little more overwhelming in terms of her center body. And then the young ladies that's going to round us out just need to change her in the way she sets down at the ground, make her a little more correct in terms of her lower joint work there. But another good class. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Congratulations. Here's your results coming out of class number 9. First goes to Tatum Carlson, second to Kaylin Choate, third is to Brantley Wendt, fourth to Ethan Benish, and fifth to Kai Haggerty. We'll have a single entry coming in class 10. The Charlay breeding heifer was born October 2nd of 22. After this class, a selection of your champion Charlay breeding heifer.
Well, just a single entry that we have here in our last class of Charlays, but a dang nice one. A heifer that I like in terms of the way she pieces together. She's got some extension up front. She's got some body, and she's good in the way she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder, and still, I think, plenty sound whenever you get her in motion. So young man's doing a really good job with a nice single entry. Let's congratulate him, rounding out our last class of the Charlays.
Congratulations to Ethan Benish. We're going to move on now to make your selection of your champion Charlay breeding heifer.
Well, another good lineup that we have here as we move along into our Charlay drive. These heifers are really, really nice. We'll talk about them just a little bit. I thought we started off really strong, and I really like the young ladies out of the first class. Whenever we bring her back out here, when she gets her stopped and collected from the side, there's a lot of things to really, really like about that heifer. I like her freshness, her look up front. Whenever she gets her top down in her, she really balances very nicely from the side. She's maybe not just quite as deep as some of the other ones behind her, but I do like her body type, and I really like her hip, her hind leg, her lower joint work, and how flexible she is. The set of her hind leg is probably the most attractive in here, and maybe one of the stouter hind legs as well. So to be one of the stouter ones down low and still my favorite in the way she flexes and sets down, I really, really like that about her. Talked about the young mans that came out of the second class there, and I know she's wanting to fight you a little bit out here, but a heifer that puts together a lot of good things, and I really like her rib, her body type, the sweep she has back into her rear rib and flank, and she is still really sound and really flexible whenever you get her out and get her into motion. She's not quite as stout in terms of her bone work, and she's got just a little more navel there, so if we're going to change those couple of things about her, that's probably what it is, and I wish you'd just cooperate a little bit better for you, but you're doing a good job working with her. The young ladies that came out of that third class there, we talked about her just being really complete and just a good kind. Moderation, body type, flexibility is very, very good in here, and you've done a very nice job getting her presented out here. We talked about her in class. She's not just quite as neat about her head and her throat and her neck, so I wish we could change her there a little bit, because from her shoulder back, she's a really good kind of a female, and you're doing a good job. Young mans that came out of that last class there, talked about her growth and body type is good in her. She maybe doesn't hit you quite as hard as some of these other ones that won the first couple of classes, and she's getting just a little more chest and just a little more neck, and probably doesn't hit you quite as hard in terms of her look and profile from the side, but a good heifer nonetheless. So that's kind of my read on them. I'm going to put this down, take one more look at them, and show you the ones I like, but if you guys would congratulate these exhibitors on a very, very nice division.
And congratulations goes out to Sydney Allard, your champion Charlay breeding heifer exhibitor. Reserve champion will go to Brayson Miller. As we continue on this morning, we are now on to Class 11. This is your composite Charlay breeding heifers. There is just a single class, so out of this will be your champion and reserve. All born in from March 20th up to April 17th.
Well, a good class. I believe this is our division of composites, and these cattle are really nice all the way down. Whenever I had them profiled over here, I was feeling really bad for the first person that I was going to have to pull, because all 5 of these are really, really nice, and there's things to appreciate about each of them. Our class winner probably acted the worst of all 5 of them, but I do really like her, and I think of the cattle, probably of these 2 that I like, that probably came to the top for me. I really like this heifer's freshness, and I think her look, and where I like her starts up front about her head and her neck. She just hits me a little more attractive about her head, a little bit neater about the top side of her neck, and a little smoother in her shoulder. I just like her freshness, her neatness, and her presence up front. Her top line is good, and when she does cooperate and gets out and goes, her lower joint work and her flexibility is good. She needs to be a little bit deeper back into her flank. She's just a little bit shallow there right now, but I do like her freshness, her youthfulness, and how she hits you with a lot of quality. The young man's it's going to be second. I like this heifer from about her shoulder back. I really like her rib, her body type. She is better in the sweep and the depth back to her rear rib and flank. She's stout in terms of her bone work. She's not quite as attractive up front. She gets just a little bit plainer about her head. She's just not quite as neat about the top side of her neck and not as smooth there in her shoulder, but I do like her substance and her stoutness. You're doing a good job, and that's a nice heifer. Standing still from the side, this kind of butterscotch heifer, I like some things about, and comparative to the one right in front of her, she is just a little bit longer about her neck and a little bit neater about the top side of it. That heifer gets maybe just a little more upright in terms of her front end structure, and she wants to get just a little bit flatter right behind her shoulder, and the way she comes and transitions to her forerib and sets just a little bit straighter there in her hock. But some good things about her in terms of some stoutness or extension up front. You're doing a good job. The young man's that comes next, you've done an awesome job getting this heifer presented today. If you just study her flexibility to her lower joint work, she's good. Up high though, she kind of wants to drop her pin set a little bit and duck her pin set underneath of herself. She's just a little bit plainer in her shape, and the turn coming out of the backside of her shoulder there, and she's just a little bit lazy in the way she wants to get out and go. This heifer standing still, I think you could move up a couple of spots for me. She probably fell out whenever we studied them in motion. She was probably the most uncomfortable, a little more upright and a little more tentative in the way she wants to set down on her rear pasterns of all the cattle in that class. But I thought a really competitive class that had a lot of discussion and give and take. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
And congratulations, Class 11, and your champion composite Charlay breeding heifer was exhibited by Sarah Mead. Reserve champion was exhibited by Ben Clement. Third will go to Kaylin Choate. Fourth is to McCoy Ernst, and fifth to Devin Benish. We're now moving on to our keys. This will be Class 12. Entering the ring now, born April 11th to May 5th. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a couple vehicles that need to be moved. The first one is a Chevy 52 County 705A. 52 County 705A. And the second one looks to be a pickup, and it is 49 County 468A. 49 County, excuse me, 968A. 49 County 968A. Both those vehicles need to be moved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Well, a good class here to get us started in our keys, and I think one that comes together. There's a little bit of give and take as we move on down the line, but I do like the young man's colored up heifer to lead off in here. There's you look at her from the side. She is very attractive and very striking in the way she pieces together at the profile. A lot of extension up front. I like her lower body, the depth she has back to her flank, and I think of all four of them, I like her build from the ground up, and that's where she has a big advantage for me is her lower joint work, her flexibility, and the way she maintains that look of balance in motion. She is the best. So I think you need to land on her and probably do so for me pretty quickly. If we could just judge this heifer in seconds, standing still, I sure like a lot of things about her. And compared to our class winner, she is probably just a little bit stouter in terms of her bone work. She's got some substance and some power. She is not quite as deep back into her flank. I'd like to make her just a little bit deeper in the way she transitions in her lower body balance, and whenever we get her in motion, she's probably just a little more rock forward up front, and she doesn't get out and get into motion quite as well. You can see she gets a little extra set to her hind leg and doesn't set down quite as attractive there. The young ladies that comes next, man, we got a little powerhouse here in this heifer, and she is stout. Whenever you get in behind her, she has got a big back and a big stout and powerful hip and pin set in her. She's got a stout hind leg to go with it. She probably gets just a little bit coarser because of those things. She's a little bit bigger in her shoulder, not quite as smooth and not quite as feminine, as attractive. But man, I do like her power and her stoutness. She's good there. The young man's that's going to come next, compared to the one in front of him, that one probably is just a little bit smoother in her shoulder. So if you want to use her because she is just a little bit smoother and probably hits you just a little more feminine in a couple areas, I'm good with it. For me, that heifer gets just a little bit plainer. She's got just a little more chest in her. She's a little plainer in terms of her shape, and I probably want to change her structure. She misses her stride just a little bit, and she's a little too upright in her knee in the set of it there. But a good class with a lot of good things about all four of them. Congratulations.
Here's the results coming out of Class 12. First, we'll go to L.J. Wells. Second to Jalen Wolflinger. Third is to Brittany Samuelson. And fourth to Leighton Held. It is now time for class number 13 of the Keys, born from March 6th to March 30th.
A good class here. I do think that there's quite a bit of discussion to be had, and there's quite a few differences. For me, though, there probably wasn't a time that I questioned starting the Baldy heifer. There's no question in my mind. I would like to see her bigger in terms of her foot shape and bigger in her ankle and the way she sets down. But whenever you look down the lineup of them, that's just the highest quality one, and I think that she needs to win for me. I really like her balance. I like her presence, her extension. And I like one, I mean, with a splash of color like that, I really like those. I'm a sucker for that. But I do like her freshness. I like her extension. Compared to the one in second, I think she's set back a little bit better in terms of her knee and her shoulder. I like her rib, her body type, and to have that much volume, she's still very, very fresh. Like I said, stouting her down low, that's my biggest thing on her, is I wish we could see her just a little bit stouter in the way she sets down on her rear foot and ankle. 2, 3, and 4 get just a little bit closer if you want to go ahead and come on around. I think there's some give and take between them. I do like the heifer in second substance, and I thought between 2 and 3, she probably had just a little more to her, especially whenever you get around and behind her and study her at a rear 3/4. I like that heifer's body type. I like her depth back to her rear rib and flank. She's got a little bit of chest. She doesn't get out of her front end quite good enough, and she needs to set down. She kind of wants to hold her rear ankle up a little bit, so we could change her a little bit, really in motion, and make her a little more attractive. But I did like her substance in the way that she came just a little bit bolder. Now, if you're talking about building them from the ground up, I do like the heifer in second, probably about as good as anything. I think she's good in the way she sets down. She's flexible. She's got some extension up front. She just gives up quite a bit of substance and volume whenever you get in behind her. She gets just a little bit flatter. She wants to pull her hock in just a little bit. So I wish we could just open her up and stouten her everywhere. But I do like that heifer's build and balance. This heifer that comes next, whenever you step off and study her from the side, she'll give you a good look, and you've done an awesome job getting her presented. She's got some extension. She's got some body. For me, whenever you get up on her and really study her close, I got to change the shape of her front feet. Her toes are wanting to curl a little bit, and whenever you get in behind her, I want to make her just a little stouter, a little bolder, open her up to her pin set, and make her just a little more genuine in terms of her dimension. Not a bad gray heifer coming next, and one that's really solid, good in terms of her body type. She's flexible, and you're doing a good job out here with her. She maybe doesn't have the same kind of presence compared to some of those that go out in front of her. She wants to get a little rounder out of her hip from time to time, get a little extra set to her hind leg, and I'd probably like to stouten her a little bit down low, but young man, you're doing a heck of a job with a really nice heifer that I think will be a lot of fun for you. As we move on down the line, a heifer that's got some extension, need to soften her a little bit in terms of her forerib, her body, and relax her off either end of her build. And the young man's that's going to round us out. Another one, got some extension, got some stoutness, just need to correct her in terms of her lower joint work a little bit, make her a little more flexible and a little more comfortable in motion. Good class there, a lot of discussion, but congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Here's your results out of Class 13. First will go congratulations to Briggs Krause. Second is to Olivia Phillips. Third will go to Brianna Brown. Fourth is to Kyla Thora. Fifth is to Grayson Krause. Sixth to Tanner Hansen. And seventh to Kinran Etherton. Moving on now, this is Class 14. After this class, a selection will be made for your champion key breeding heifer. Class 14, born January 20th to February 25th.
A lot of give and take between these two heifers on the top end of this class. They're quite a bit different. I do think where I like kind of the colored up heifer better is whenever you get around to a rear 3/4, there's just quite a bit more there, and she's just quite a bit bolder in the turn to her forerib. Her body type quite a bit bigger and stouter whenever you get in behind her. I just like her extra substance, her extra stoutness, her extra body type and volume that she has. Now, it's no secret that she needs to set down more comfortable whenever we get her in motion, because she's not quite good enough in the way she sets her rear ankle. She's probably not just quite as smooth in the way she's laid into her shoulder, but I do like her extra substance and volume that she has that comes along with it. If you want to swap the pair and use the young lady's black heifer, I'm good with it, because she does set down just a little more comfortable in her ankle, in her rear pastern. She's still got quality freshness, and she's got some look about her. She just gives up quite a bit, and I'd like to open her up. She gets a little more pinched in her forerib and in her heart. I just want to open her up there, make her a little bit stouter, open her up from behind. The heifer that comes next, one that's really extended, top line is good. That heifer has got some extra stoutness of bone work compared to the one that goes out in front of her. We just need to change her down low. She gets a little more upright in her knee and her shoulder. She doesn't set down her pastern quite as good, and I want to make her just a little bit deeper in the way she comes back into her flank. The young ladies that's going to round us out, some similar things to the one that goes out right in front of her. Really extended up front, good in her top line, just gets a little too upright off either end, and we need to change her lower body and make her a little bit softer and a little softer everywhere to hit you just a little more practical. But a good class there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations out of Class 14. First goes to Nicole Nichols. Second exhibited by Grayson Criteria. And third is to Kaylin Kubler. Fourth to Catherine Neighbor. Bringing in now your selection for your champion key breeding heifer.
Well, a good division that we have out here, just a couple classes that we had come back, but man, really, really nice. And we've got some good class winners and seconds out here in contention. We'll talk about our class winners here just briefly. The one that came out of the first class, I thought she won in there and did so pretty handily in my mind in terms of her look, her balance. I like her build from the ground up. I think of our 3 class winners, she's probably my favorite just in terms of her foot shape, her stoutness of bone work, the way she sets down at the ground, and the way she maintains her balance in motion is really, really nice. Really extended and very striking up front. My question on her, and especially compared to 2 that have just a little more maturity on them right now, she's probably not just the boldest right behind her shoulder in the turn to her upper rib, and from time to time, whenever you get off and study her, she looks like she gets just a little rounder from hooks to pins, just ever so slightly there. But I really like that heifer's freshness, extension, her build, and flexibility down low is very, very nice. The heifer that came out of the second class, stopped and set up from the profile, is where I really like her. Extended up front, I really like that heifer's rib and body type and the substance that she has. Whenever you get to a rear 3/4, she's good in the way she transitions out the backside of her shoulder, the turn to her forerib, the depth and sweep back into her rear rib and flank is good. For me, we talked about her and her obvious things that I want to change is her rear foot shape, make it a little bit bigger, give her a stouter ankle so she sets down just a little more comfortable. I think she's plenty sound. I just think that's where I'd like to change her a little bit. You're doing a heck of a job getting her shown out here. Then we had a close race there in our last class and some give and take between those. The young ladies that we ended up going with, I just like the extra volume and stoutness and substance that she came with whenever you got around to a rear 3/4, the volume that she had coming out of the backside of her shoulder. We talked about her. She could be just a little bit better in the way she sets down as well, in the set to her rear ankle, and maybe not just the neatest one that we've seen in terms of her look up front, but I do like her substance, volume, and stoutness that she comes with. So a little bit of give and take for me out here. I think it gets close between a couple of them. I'll put this down and take one more look at them, but if you guys would, congratulate all these exhibitors on a very nice drive.
And congratulations, your champion key breeding heifer exhibited by L.J. Wells. Your reserve champion goes to Briggs Krause. Single entry coming in our Keyangus breeding heifer, born March 5th of 23.
Well, just a single entry here in our Keyangus, but a really nice heifer the young lady brings to us. Extension up front is good. Top line balance and consistency is good. That's a good single entry that has a lot of quality. She's fighting you a little bit, but you're doing a good job, and that's a good heifer. If you guys would, congratulate her on a nice single entry.
And congratulations to Kasha Elber with your champion Keyangus breeding heifer. We're moving on now to Class 16 and the Galve breeding heifers. There'll be 2 entries in Class 16, January 15th and February 11th.
Well, a good pair that we have here, we're going to leave them the way that they came in, and I think it just makes sense to do that. The young man's red heifer that's going to lead us off between the two. I like that heifer's body type, the substance and the depth that she has back into her rear rib and flank, and I also probably prefer specifically the set of her hip and hind leg, but I do think that she is more correct in terms of her lower joint work, and her build from the ground up is just a little more flexible and allows her to maintain her balance a little bit better when we get her in motion. The young man's black heifer got some extension up front. Top line strength is good, and she's got some substance. Just gets a little bit shallower and a little bit coarser, and probably doesn't flex and get out and go quite as good as our class winner. But two nice heifers there. Congratulations to both of you guys.
Here's the results of Class 16. First goes to Carter Voss, and second will go to Cole Brooks. One more class of our Galve breeding heifers. This will be a single entry, December 22nd and 22. After this, a selection will be made of your champion Galve breeding heifer.
Well, just a single entry the young lady brings us in this class here, but one that I really like, and she's just really complete, moderate, good bodied. She's got some depth and some sweep to her rear rib and flank. She's got a stout hind leg, and still she gets out, and she's very, very flexible. She just pieces together very smoothly. So a really nice single entry. I'll be excited to see back here in just a second.
Out of Class 17, congratulations to Tegan Butterfield, bringing them back in for the selection of your champion Galve breeding heifer.
Well, a small division here in our Galves, but three nice heifers that come back into contention here in our drive. We just talked about those two class winners, and I think there's similarities between the two of them. Both of them are good structured. Both of them are good bodied. And so starting with the fundamentals, I think both of those heifers are very, very nice, and you guys have a lot of upside as you continue to work with them. And after you're done working with them in their show careers, I think they'll be good kinds of females for you. I do think that between our two class winners, there's one that probably hits me just a little bit harder in terms of her balance, and I think she probably hits me a little bit stouter as well. I think she's the stoutest in terms of her shape and her bone work, and also probably my favorite in terms of her lower joint work and the way she gets out into motion. Young ladies out of the second class is going to be your champion. Young man's out of the first will be reserve.
And congratulations, your champion Galve breeding heifer exhibited by Tegan Butterfield. Your reserve champion is Carter Voss. Moving on now, we're going to see our balancer breeding heifers. This is class 18, a single entry, July 27th of 23.
Well, young man's got a nice single entry to get us started here in our balancers. A good heifer in terms of extension up front, having some body type. I think she's a really nice single entry, and I'm sure the young man is going to have fun as he continues to work with her on through the year. If you guys would, congratulate him on a good single entry. We'll see back here in just a little bit.
Congratulations to Grant Walahoski. Class 19 will enter the ring. There'll be 2 entries in Class 19 on the balancer breeding heifers, April 3rd and May 8th of 23.
Well, a good pair that we have here in our second class, and I think these two fall into line well in my mind. The young ladies that's going to lead us off just a little bit stouter everywhere you study her. I think she sets down a little bit stouter in terms of her foot and bone work. She probably balances just a little bit better in terms of her silhouette profile from the side between the two. So she combines a few things that I like, and I think I'm pretty comfortable with her winning the class. The young man's heifer that's second, moderate, good bodied and still flexible, little bit plainer up front about her head and her neck and the top side of it. She gets a little bit frailer in terms of her bone work as well, so she gives up some of the extras out here compared to our class winner. But a good pair there. Congratulations to both of you guys.
And congratulations in class number 19, Paige Walahoski in first and Carson Brooks in second. Class 20 now is entering. There should be 5 in this class from March 1st to March 28th.
good class here. A little bit of give and take between some of these. And I know the young man's over here is wanting to fight him the whole time, and so she's just a little bit tougher to get a good look at. I do think there's a little give and take between these three heifers out here. I like each of them. I like some things about them. The young man's that's going to lead off, she's just the most striking, the freshest, and the highest quality out here of the four of them. Whenever you study them from the side and look down the lineup, she's just the one that kind of stands out and hits you. And I thought these two up top initially were the ones that hit me a little bit fresher. The longer they're out here, I really like the balance and presence of the young man's up front. She is a little more upright in her knee and her front end, and so I'd like to set her back just a little bit there, deepen her a little bit in her flank, but I like her freshness, extension, quality is really good in her. The heifer in second, man, I wish he would get just a little bit of a different attitude for you, and you're doing a good job because I know it can be frustrating, and you're doing a good job staying calm and working with her. I really like that heifer, and I think compared to our class winner, she probably is a little bit better in the set to her knee. I like the set of her hip and her hind leg. She's really flexible and really attractive there. Whenever she finally got stopped and set up from the side, she's just a little too plain ahead of her shoulder. She gets just a little bit deeper, a little bit plainer in her chest, and so she doesn't balance quite as well because of it. But I do like her flexibility. I like her body type. Just want to change her a little bit up front to hit you a little bit harder whenever she does get set up there from the side. The young ladies, that's going to be third, a solid heifer that's got a lot of grow, a lot of performance, and a lot of volume. I like her rib and her body type, the sweep she has to her rear rib and flank. She misses her stride just a little bit whenever we get her into motion, just about by one hoof length, and so I'd like to see her reach just a little bit further. She's got just a little bit of chest, and she wants to get a bit rounder off either end of her build, and some of that is she's probably got a little showman, and so she's a little bit bigger of a heifer in this class, but she does get just a little rounder off either end. The young man's that's going to round us out, one that's got some extension up front. Her top line is good. Just gets a little bit shallower in terms of her rib and body type, wants to cut up to her flank, and probably doesn't balance quite as well out here compared to some of those ones up ahead of her. But another good class. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Here's the results coming out of Class 20. First will go to Toby Voss. Second is to Kaylin Warner. Third to Megan Wallahowski. And fourth goes to Easton Bowes. Moving on now, Class 21. Class 21 is from February 1st to February 9th.
Well, another good class that we have here as they come on around. I like these three heifers on the top, but I do like the young man that's going to lead us off. Whenever they first came in, she's probably the one that I like in terms of her balance, the way she pieces together from the side compared to the heifer in second. She's just a little bit neater about her chest. She's a little smoother in her joint work. And on top of that, of all the cattle, whenever you get in behind her and get to a rear 3/4, she is also the stoutest in terms of the turn to her rib, the stoutness and power that she has from behind. She's the best there. So she combines a few things, and I'm pretty comfortable with her leading off in here. I thought a little bit of difference between 2 and 3. Between those, I do like the heifer in second. I think her top line balance is good. She stays just a little bit stronger over her loin probably whenever we get her in motion. Her depth of body is good. I wish we could change her a little bit in her front end. She doesn't probably set just perfect in her knee, and she gets just a little bit coarser in terms of her joint working compared to our class winner. She's not quite as bold or stout whenever you get in behind her. The heifer that's going to be third compared to the one that goes out in front of her is just a little bit smoother in terms of her joint work, and I do like that because if you just read those two initially, probably just standing still as well, she probably hits you just a little bit smoother in a couple of spots. Whenever we get her in motion is probably where I want to change her the most. She wants to pull down just a little bit in her loin, and she gets just a little flatter whenever you get in behind her. She doesn't have quite as much volume or substance to her, but the young man's doing a good job working with her because I know she's wanting to give you a hard time. Just change her a little bit in the way she hooks up over her loin, change her hind leg a little bit there. Young ladies that comes next, compared to those ones that go out in front of her, I actually thought her build and flexibility was not bad at all. She's moderate, she's good bodied, she's flexible. She just gets a little bit plainer. She's a little more jammed up front, a little bit bigger in her shoulder, and doesn't blend quite as good, so it makes her look just a little bit plainer initial impression, but I do like her moderation and I like her flexibility. The young man's that comes next, another one that's got some extension. Big thing on her is I want to change her foot shape a little bit. She's getting just a little bit longer there in her toe shape. I want to change her there so she sets down just a little more correct and a little more comfortable at the ground. The young man's that's going to round us out, another one that's got some extension. Top line strength is not... Ooh. You okay, buddy? All right, buddy, the young man's it's going to round us out. One that's got some extension. Top line is good. Just gets a little bit plainer in terms of her balance out here. Little leaper in her chest. Wants to cut up in her flank just a little bit there. But another good class. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
And congratulations. Here's the results of Class 21. First and second will go to Easton Bose. Third is to Weston Voss. Fourth is to Chance Riesland. Fifth goes to Cole Brooks. And sixth to Carson Brooks. Entering the ring now will be our Class 22. After this class, the selection of your champion balancer heifer. These entries January 17th to January 27th.
Well, another good class that we have here, and I think one that comes together. It's got a little bit of give and take. I do like the young ladies, though, to lead off, and I think whenever they're stopped and set up from the profile, I like that heifer's look of balance. She's got a good look up front. She ties her neck into her shoulder nice. Behind her forerib, her body type and the depth and sweep she has to her rear rib and flank is good. And between these top two, whenever you get around and behind them or get to a rear 3/4, she is a little more impressive in terms of her stoutness, the way she comes to her pin set. She gets just a little pinched in her heart and her forerib. I'd like to soften her a little bit there, and she gets a little extra set to her hind leg whenever you get her out and go. She's plenty flexible, though. That's just a couple of little things I probably like to change about her. I probably debated just a little bit between 2 and 3 if the young lady wants to bring that red heifer on around. I do like the presence and the balance, though, of the black heifer, and I think she follows our class winner probably the most closely in terms of silhouette balance. The difference between those, she comes just a little bit square from hooks to pins. I like her extension up front. She just gets a little bit plainer in her chest. She doesn't blend perfect from her neck into her shoulder. She's got a little bit of navel there, and I'd like to make her just a little bit stouter in the way she sets down on her rear foot and ankle. But I do like her presence and her balance standing still from the side. The red heifer, I really like her rib, her body type, the substance and sweep she has back to her rear rib and flank is good. She's got extension up front compared to that black heifer. She probably does blend her neck just a little bit neater into a smoother shoulder. For me, I want to change her a little bit out of her hip and hind leg. She's not perfect in the way she comes to her pin set, and then she's not perfect in the way she sets and flexes her rear leg. But I do like that heifer about from her hook pins forward. Very, very nice. Young man's, it's going to round us out. One that's really solid in terms of extension, top line strength, having some turn to her upper rib, just gets a little off balance, a little bit heavier up front, cuts up a little bit into her flank, and she gets a little extra set and is a little bit frailer in terms of her bone work. So a little bit of give and take there, but another good class. Congratulations to all 4 of those exhibitors.
And congratulations in Class 22. First, we'll go to Brinley Albers. Second is to Spencer Walahoski. Third to Caden Wow. And fourth will go to Toby Voss. Making your selection now of your champion balancer breeding female.
Well, a good lineup that we have out here for our balancers and really, really nice heifers. We'll talk about them just a little bit. We started off young man single entry there. I really like that heifer. She's moderate. She's good body. Compared to the ones behind her, she probably gets out-horsed a little bit today, and she is just a little frailer in terms of her foot and her bone work, so I'd like to stouten her a little bit there, but I think she's got a lot of upside for you. The young ladies that came out of the second class, a really feminine kind of a heifer. She's very attractive about her head, her neck. I like her extension up front. Her lower body balance is good. Whenever you study these cattle in motion, whenever they come back out here and she gets out and goes, I probably do like the way she maintains her balance just a little bit better than a couple of the other ones that we'll talk about in a minute. She's almost just a little lazy for you getting out here. And from time to time, she wants to roll up in her loin and get just a little rounder out of her hip, so we could change her a little bit there. But in terms of lower joint work, flexibility, I do probably like her in the way she maintains her balance the best of some of our class winners that we have out here. The young mans that came out of the third class, I thought she kind of did so in terms of her balance and presence, and she fits our lineup very, very nicely in terms of the way she pieces together from the side. We talked about how she was maybe just a little more angular and just a little more upright in her knee, and so we could change her a little bit there, and she probably doesn't have the same kind of overwhelming body type and volume compared to especially the one right behind her, but she does fit in the mix really nicely in terms of her extension, her look and presence out here. If we just judge the young mans out of the next class standing still, for me, you could say that she's a lights out winner. She is very, very nice. I like her rib, her body type, her substance, and she pieces together good standing still. Whenever we get her into motion, she gets just a little more restricted. When we get her back out here coming in, she's just a little more restricted on the move and probably doesn't maintain that balance that she has right there at the profile quite as good whenever you study the cattle in motion. But man, whenever you see her stopped and set up from the profile, a good heifer that pieces together very nicely, has the right kind of substance and volume. And the young ladies that comes out of that last class, another one in terms of her freshness, extension, and quality, she fits in the mix out here really well. We picked on her a little bit in terms of her heart and her forward being just a little more pinched there, especially whenever you get her in behind the one right in front of her. She could be opened up and just a little bit bolder right there, but another one that I think fits in the mix really nicely in terms of quality and presence out here. So that's how I see them. I think there's a little give and take. I'll put this down and show you the ones that I like, but if you guys would go ahead and congratulate these exhibitors on a very nice lineup.
Congratulations, your champion balancer breeding heifer exhibited by Paige Wolohoski and your reserve champion Easton Bowes. We're moving on now to class 23. Now this is the miniature Herefords. Class 23, born from September 14th to November 15th of 23.
Well, we got a fun little division here, and 3 young people that are doing a very good job getting their calves shown. I think all 3 of these little heifers are probably missing their buddies behind the curtain or back at the stalls, but they're all really nice. And so I do think that all of them have things to appreciate. We're going to leave them the way that they came, and then I thought the 2 up front probably hit me just a little bit better in terms of their body type, in terms of their structure. The one that's going to lead us off, though, I thought between those 2, that one is just a little bit neater in terms of her head, her neck, and her chest is just a little bit neater and a little bit cleaner today. The young ladies, it's going to be second. I do like that heifer's growth. I like her body type. I like her stoutness of bone work. She's just got a little more leather coming in right there on her chin and in her chest, so we could change her just a little bit there. The heifer that's going to round us out, you're doing an awesome job getting her shown. One that's got a lot of extension up front, a little more upright off either end, and a little shallower in her body, but that will come with time, and you're doing a very good job. So congratulations to all 3 of those exhibitors on doing a great job out here.
Here's your results of Class 23. First will go to Mason Blesson. Second is to Remington Blesson. And third goes to Gentry Blesson. Class 24 will also have 3 entries in them in the miniature Herefords, May 7th to June 15th.
Hey, well, another good set as they come on around here. And again, we're going to leave these the way that they came, and you guys are making my job easy here in this division. The young ladies, it's going to lead us off. I thought between these 2 heifers up top that I probably like just a little bit better. They're a little different in terms of type and kind. The young ladies, it's going to win, though. I think her look and freshness is where I like her. She's a little bit neater about her head, a little bit neater about the top side of her neck and her chest and the way it comes into her, and she pieces together very nicely from the side. There's your look at her, a good look of balance and quality. Young lady's doing a good job getting her shown out here. Young ladies, it's going to be in second. That's kind of the powerhouse of this set, and she is big and stout. I like her stoutness of bone work to match her volume and dimension up high. She's not quite as neat in terms of her look up front, and she doesn't set down on her pasterns quite as good as our class winner, but there's good give and take between those 2, so I think they make a good pair at the top of this class. The young ladies, it's going to round us out. That heifer is just a little bit fresher, a little bit neater about her head and her neck, and that little bow on the top just kind of tops it off. You're doing a good job. Hang on tight there. A little shallower in terms of her rib and body type, and a little more upright in terms of her front end structure. But another good class there. Congratulations to all 3 of those young ladies on doing a nice job.
Here's your results out of Class 24. First will go to Braylon Wend. Second is to Taven Locke, and third will go to Callaway Lorenzo. Our final class of miniature Herefords, these will be 2 entries, February 18th and March 28th.
Well, another good pair that we have over here, I think we have an eager showman over there on the fence wanting to get out here with the mini Herefords. These two are going to stay in order, and I think the young ladies up front is really, really nice. And I like her build from the ground up. She's good in the way she sets down at the ground. She's really flexible in her lower joint work. Her rib and body type is really nice. Just a really nice heifer that puts together a lot of good things, and she's got a heck of a good showman on there doing a really, really nice job. The heifer that's going to be second, I think compared to our class winner, moderation, body type is good in that one. It's got some stoutness of bone work, just a little bit plainer in terms of that heifer's head, neck, not quite as just attractive in her joint work and the way she sets down at the ground. But both of those heifers are really, really nice. If you guys would congratulate both of those showmen on doing a very nice job out here.
And congratulations in Class 25. First will go to Berkeley Went, and second is to Remington Blesson. Bringing them back in to make your selection of your champion and reserve champion, miniature Hereford.
What a nice lineup that we have out here. This is a really fun little drive, and all of these showmen are doing an exceptional job getting these heifers shown. They're all very nice, and I hope all of these showmen have a fun time this spring and later on to the year as they continue to show, continue to get out and exhibit their projects, because they're all doing a good job. I'm not going to go back through and talk about them all again. I think our class winners are really nice, and they're followed up with some really nice second place heifers. And there's a little give and take, but I do think there's two heifers that suit me really well. One that I really, really like in terms of putting together the right kind of build, the right kind of body type. She's very, very nice balance. And then the one that's going to be reserved, very high quality, really, really feminine. And I think this young lady will have a lot of fun as she continues to show her later on into the spring and summer. So for me, the young lady out of the third class there is going to be our champion. Young lady out of the second class is going to be reserved. If you guys would, congratulate all 6 of these exhibitors on making it back out here.
Congratulations. Your champion miniature Hereford was exhibited by Berkeley Went, and your reserve champion is Braylon Went. All right, we're ready to continue on to Class 26, moving on to the Hereford breeding heifers. First class is March 4th to April 24th.
Well, a good way to get us started here in our Herefords, a little bit of give and take. I think specifically between 1 and 2, those two are a little bit different. We could probably pick on every heifer in here in some different areas. I think for me, where the young man's it's going to lead us off wins. Whenever you study the cattle in motion and think about building them from the ground up, that's where I like that heifer the best in here. I think compared to the heifer in second, it starts up front in terms of her front end structure. She's laid back a little bit neater, a little smoother, and a little more correct in the angle of her front end. And she is just a little bit deeper in the way she transitions. But big thing, structure and flexibility is where she has the advantage. The heifer that's going to be second, you're doing a good job dealing with her because she has given you fits. And I know that that's really frustrating whenever your partner doesn't want to be a good partner for you. But I like that heifer's substance. And if you like her because of those things, and she's a little bit bolder right behind her shoulder, a little more powerful from behind, a little stouter in her bone work, I'm good with it. For me, I just want to change her structure. She gets just a little too upright in her knee and her front end. She wants to come up in her top line, and she is just a little bit shallower in terms of her body type anyways. But some give and take there between those two heifers. The heifer that comes next has some grow. Extension is good. Depth of body is good. She just gets a little piecey. She breaks too much behind her shoulder. She rounds out of her hip, and she's just a little bit coarser in terms of her joint work and just doesn't blend everywhere quite as good. But I do like her extension, and she's got some flexibility. The young ladies that's going to round us out, moderation is a little bit of her advantage compared to the one in front of her. She's got some depth of body, just a little more general out here. She's a little bit plainer. She's not quite as stout and powerful when you get in behind her, and I just want to make her balance a bit better from the side there. So a good class, a little bit of discussion to it. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And congratulations for Class 26. First goes to Keyan Morris. Second is to Jaden Thompson. Third goes to Kagan Withholden. And fourth is to Remington Busson. Class 27 will have 2 entries in them, born January 18th and January 20th.
Well, as they come around, a good pair of heifers here that I think fall into line well in my mind. And I think really where the big difference hit me and where I was very confident in terms of the one that's going to lead off. Whenever we stop and get him set up from the profile, he gets that heifer collected and she wants to settle down for him. She gives you a very nice look. And between the two, she is a little more extended and a little more attractive up front about her head, her neck. She's a little cleaner about her throat. And I think between the two, I like that she's just a little bit fresher in terms of her condition. She's a little neater up around her tail head and her pone, so I like her freshness to go along with her extra look, balance, and she's really flexible and good in the way she uses her hip and hind leg. So a lot of things to appreciate about that heifer that leads us off there. Wish she'd cooperate just a little bit better because she's a little hard to get a look at sometimes when she's jumping up like that, but a good heifer. The one that's going to be second compared to our class winner, when you talk about her transitioning out of the backside of her shoulder into her forerib and her heart, she probably is just a little bit better and just a little more seamless in the way she transitions there. She's a little bit plainer up front, got a little more leather. She's got just a little more condition, so she doesn't balance quite as well as our class winner, but I do like her substance, her body type. You're doing a good job there with that heifer. So 2 nice heifers in there. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Results of Class 27. First will go to Paul Vanderwall, and second to Raylan Stutzman. We're now moving on to Class 28. After Class 28, the selection will be made of your champion Hereford breeding heifer. There are 2 entries in Class 28, September 2nd and November 14th of 22.
Good pair that we have here, and I believe our last class here in our Herefords. I like these heifers, and still I'm really comfortable with the way that they're going to line up. The young man's that's going to lead off. I think between the two, she's pretty overwhelming in terms of her rib, her body type. She transitions really good out of the backside of her shoulder. Awesome in the turn to her forerib. I love the sweep she has back into her rear rib and flank. She just looks very maternal in that regard. And then also, whenever you get her in motion, she is very comfortable and very flexible down low. The way she uses her lower joint work, her top line stays down in her, just very comfortable whenever you get her out into motion. She's getting just a little bit of chest coming in her, but I know when those heifers get a little bit bigger, it's hard to prevent all of that from coming in. So I really, really like that heifer, the substance that she has and just the kind that she represents. The heifer that's going to be second, extension is really good in her. She's long neck. She ties it high to the top side of her shoulder. You're doing an awesome job getting her presented. Between the two, whenever you get in behind her, she does give up quite a bit just in terms of overwhelming volume. She's not as bold in the turn to her forerib, her body type, and she is just a little more pinched whenever you get into her pin set. So I'd like to open her up and make her just a little stouter and a little bit bolder, but you're doing a good job getting that heifer shown. So good pair there. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Your results of Class 28. First will go to Tucker Sangmeyer, and second is to Kinley Eckhoff. Bring them back in for the selection of your champion Hereford breeding heifer.
Well, we moved right along through our Hereford drive, and I really like our class winners and our seconds that we have out here. The young man's out of the first class, I thought, started us off strong, and there was a little give and take in there, and you kind of had to pick which direction you wanted to go, what speed you wanted to go with. I liked that heifer a bit better just in terms of her build from the ground up, and I think she fits in our lineup well because of those things, because she's flexible, because she's correct, she balances with some look from the side. She gives up quite a bit in terms of stoutness and power, and she gets just a little bit flatter whenever we get her out here in front of these other two class winners, but I do like her build and her flexibility. The heifer out of the second class, she settled down a little bit better whenever she comes back out here. A heifer that I really like in terms of her extension up front, and I like the way she uses her hip and hind leg. Whenever she gets set up from the side, she's got a very nice look, a quality, and I think as she continues on down the road, she'll be very, very competitive. We gave the advantage to the heifer that was second in there in terms of her forerib, and that's where I'd like to see her just a little bit better. She's a little pinched in her forerib and her heart. We could make her open up just a little bit bolder there in the way she transitions, but a lot of quality and a lot of upside to her. Came out of that last class was one that hit me pretty hard, and I really like this heifer, especially when you talk about build from the ground up, flexibility, and her rib and body type and substance that she has is really, really maternal and really, really attractive. She just blends seamlessly out of the backside of her shoulder into her forerib, her rear flank, rear rib, and to have that substance and still get out, have that flexibility, be able to maintain her balance the way she does is very, very impressive. So some really nice class winners. It's no secret which one I like pretty good. Young man's out of the third class is going to be your champion. Young man's out of the second class is going to be reserve.
Congratulations, your champion Hereford breeding heifer was exhibited by Tucker Stagemeyer, and your reserve champion was Paul Vanderwall. Moving on to our polled Hereford breeding heifers. This is class 29 with 2 entries, June 17th, July 11th.
The good pair that we have here that I think fall into line well 1 and 2. The young ladies up front just hits me a little bit harder in terms of her quality and balance from the side. It starts up front. She is just a little bit neater about her head and her neck, her throat. She's just a little more attractive there. And from there back, she comes with a little more bone work. I like her body type, and stopped and set up from the profile is really where I like her. She gets just a little more tentative in motion the way she uses her hind leg and kind of wants to pop her top line up because of it, but I like her quality. The heifer that's going to be second, as you continue to work with her, and especially whenever you get to turning her out to be a cow, I think she does some good things. She's flexible, her body type is good, so in terms of covering the fundamentals, you got a heifer that does a good job. She gets a little bit frailer in her bone work, and she is quite a bit plainer in terms of her look and presence up front, so I just want to make her a little more attractive there, stouten her down low a little bit more, but a good pair of heifers there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
In Class 29, first we'll go to Concha Elber. Second is to Wyatt Stemick. We're jumping right into Class 30. 2 entries there as well, May 10th and May 18th.
Well, another good pair is they come on around, and again, I'm really comfortable with the way that these are going to line up. And when the young ladies up front get stopped and set up from the side, that's about as good of a balanced female that I feel like we've seen today. She pieces together very, very nicely from the side. I love her look and freshness and presence up front. Her head and neck and the way she blends into her shoulder is really neat and really attractive. She blends very nicely into her shoulder, and then she opens up with a good shape, a good turn to her rib. She's stout out of her hip between the two. That's also one of her big advantages, is stoutness and dimension whenever you get in behind her, and I like that her bone work matches that as well. Whenever you get her in motion, her top line stays down good, and standing still, the set of her hip and hind leg looks good. She misses her stride just a little bit, and I know she's fighting the halter a little bit, so that probably plays into it, but I do wish she would get out and fully meet her stride out of her hind leg. But I really, really like a lot of things about that heifer. The heifer that's going to be second, extension is good, and her top line balance is good, and she's still flexible. There's a look at her, a heifer that still has quality and presence out here. She gives up quite a bit in terms of rib, body type. She's a little bit shallower back into her rear rib and flank, and whenever you get in behind her, she's not quite as opened up and stout and powerful. She gets just a little bit flatter in the shape to her rib and coming out from behind, but I really like her quality and presence. Good pair there. Congratulations to them.
And congratulations, your winner of Class 30 is Carly Holterman. Second will go to Devin Benish. Set now is Class 31. There are 8 entries in 31, all April babies from the 3rd up to the 27th.
There's a lot of give and take in my mind in this class, and probably you could shake them up a little bit. Probably these top 5, to me, you could shake up a couple of different ways, and I'm okay with it. The longer that they were out here, Young Man's that's going to lead off just kind of shifted her way and kept surviving and making her way up towards the top. I think she puts together a few of the things that I like about some of the other cattle that we'll talk about. I really like her moderation, her rib and body type. I think is really good. She's beautiful in the way she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder, good in her forerib, the depth and sweep back into her flank. She's got some extension up front. When she gets collected from the side, she puts together a nice look. She gets just a little bit rounder from time to time out over her loin, so we could change her just a little bit there. Stopped and standing still. I like the Young Man's. It's going to be second. I think she pieces together and gives you a nice look. She's got some extension up front. She's got some body, and I thought between these two, she stayed just a little more consistent in terms of hooks to pins, stopped and set up from the profile and set a little square in her hock. She wants to pop up just a little bit in her top line whenever she got out into motion, but I like that heifer. I think she's really solid. This one that came next, from about her hook bones forward, I like her presence, her freshness up front. I like her lower body, the depth that she has. She gets just a little bit rounder out of her hip, and then she wants to roll just a little bit on her rear pasterns. So I'd like to make her just a little bit square there and a little bit leveler from hooks to pins. I like her extension, though. I like her lower body balance. The heifer that comes next, another one that's got some presence and extension up front. Top line strength is good. Need to lay her back a little bit in her knee and her shoulder and give her just a little more substance right behind her shoulder in the turn to her forerib and her body type. But you're doing a good job getting this heifer shown. I like the heifer that comes next, and I think that she's got a lot of future. She hits me just a little bit stagey right now, and I have no doubt that she has a lot of future, and that's a really nice heifer that's got a lot of quality. Really, when she gets out in motion is where she kind of falls out for me. She drops out of her front end a little bit, and she's just a little bit too shallow in terms of her rib and body type. I just want to open her up there and make her quite a bit better in the way she comes back to her lower body balance and make her maintain her balance out of her front end a little bit better. The young ladies that comes next, one that's fresh and got some look from the side. I thought of these bottom 3, I liked her balance and her freshness probably the best. She gets a little too upright as well, a little shallower in her body type, and gives up just a little bit in terms of volume and substance compared to those ones in front of her. The heifer that comes next, another one, substance and body type is good, just gets a little too plain out here. It starts up front, a little too plain in terms of her head and her neck and her chest. And then the Young Man's that's going to round us out, one that's got some stoutness of bone work. She's got some volume of body. She just gets a little bit coarser and a little bit piecier out here. But another good class, a lot of give and take between those cattle. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Entering the ring now will be class 32. There should be 5 entries in 32 from March 2nd to March 13th. Here's your results of class 31. First, we'll go to Weston Robinson. Congratulations. Second to Tyler Thompson. Third is to Braden Snell. Fourth to Autrey Pearson. Fifth is to Graydon Forbes. Sixth to Timber Hula. Seventh is to Remington Blesson. And eighth to Robert Blesson.
Well, a good class as these come on around. One that comes together and falls into place a little bit quicker and a little bit easier for me. And I think the one that leads off, even though she doesn't want to cooperate the best out here, I do think that she needs to win this class. And I really like that heifer's balance and quality. Hopefully she'll set it down just a little. There you go. One that I really like in terms of her balance from the side. And I think where she gets the advantage in terms of her look, balance, and the way she maintains it in motion is her build from the ground up is the best in here. And she's the best in terms of her lower joint work, her flexibility. She's laid back neater in her knee and her shoulder, and she comes back leveler from hooks to pins compared to the young ladies that's going to be second. So that all aids to her balance, hitting you just a little bit better in terms of her look from the side. The heifer that's going to be second, I like her body type, and I thought of the rest of them, she's the one that best matches our class winner in terms of quality, presence, look up front. I like her depth of body and the sweep that she has. I want to lay her back a little bit in her knee and make her just a little more correct there. I think if we do that, her neck comes out just a little bit higher, and then we can get that top pair gets just a little bit closer there. But I thought those two heifers were really, really nice. The young ladies that comes next, that's coming on around, I thought as we worked on down the line, the next three got just a little bit closer, and there was a little bit of give and take between some of those. I liked this heifer's balance, and I thought she was just a little bit neater in terms of her head, her neck, and her front end compared to the one that comes right after her. She gets just a little bit flatter from behind, and she doesn't come with probably the extras just in terms of the unique pieces that the couple that go out in front of her, but I did like her freshness, her attractiveness about her head and neck compared to the one that's coming next. Whenever you get in behind this heifer that comes next, she is opened up. She's got a good shape right behind her shoulder and the turn to her forerib. She's big and stout out of her hip, gets a little extra set to her hind leg, and she's just a little bit plainer in terms of her head and her neck. And then the pair of young exhibitors here that are going to round out of our class, a heifer that's got some extension. She gets just a little bit too weak in terms of her top line. I want to strengthen her up there, make her a little bit bolder and a little deeper in the way she transitions back. But a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We have two more classes of polled Herefords here. Entering the ring will be class 33. There should be 5 entries. February 1st to February 28th. Your results coming out of class 32. First will go to Cooper Lindstrom, and congratulations. Second is to Autumn Dietz. Third is to Callan Riesland. Fourth goes to Kyan Morris. And fifth is to Benjamin Kritanchi.
Well, a good class that we have here and a good pair up top. I like both of these heifers, but I'm still pretty comfortable going this way with the young man's up front. And I think between the two heifers, whenever you get them stopped and set up from the side, I like up front that she's just a little bit neater about the bottom side of her throat. She's just a little bit neater there in the way she comes down to her chest. And so being a little bit cleaner there, transitioning back a little bit deeper into the sweep of her rear rib and flank, is just allows her to hit you a little bit better in terms of her balance from the side. I do like the way that heifer pieces together, and when she cooperates, she gets out and handles herself in motion very, very nicely. The heifer that's going to be second, very extended up front. Although she's got a little bit of leather, she's still really extended, and she ties her neck high onto her shoulder. I still think her body type is good enough. I'm not calling her shallow, but she is just a little bit deeper in her chest, and comparatively, she's not as good in the way she sweeps back into her rear rib and flank, and from time to time she looks like she rounds just a little bit from her hooks to her pins. She wants to round just a bit there. So some subtle differences between those two heifers, but I really like both of them. The heifer that's going to come next, I thought between these bottom three, I like this heifer's body type, substance that she has, and I thought she balanced up the next best in terms of top line squareness out of her hip and the way she maintains herself in motion. She's just a little bit plainer up front, a little more general in terms of her look and the way she comes to you. I just want to make her a little bit neater there. And then we've got a pair of heifers as we come on down that have some stoutness, that have some substance. Probably both of them come just a little bit coarser, not quite as smooth and feminine as the two out in front of them. But you guys are doing a good job. That was another good class. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Congratulations. Here's your Class 33 winners. First, we'll go to Tucker Stagemeyer. Second to Kaylin Riesland. Third is to Mason Blesson. Fourth goes to Kason Drews. And fifth to Jack Drews. A single entry now in our polled Hereford final class. This is Class 34, November 2nd of 22. After this, the selection of your champion polled Hereford breeding heifer.
Well, just a single entry that we have here, but a good one, and the young man's doing a good job to round out our last class here. I like this heifer's body type, her substance, the sweep she has back to her rear rib and flank. She looks like she's going to be a good kind of a cow for you. So you're doing a good job. That's a good heifer. We'll see back in the mix here in just a second.
And congratulations, Class 34, exhibited by Hayden Helms. Get them all reorganized, bring them back in for the selection of your champion polled Hereford breeding heifer.
Well, a really nice lineup that we have out here in our pool division. These are very, very nice, and I'll talk about them just a little bit so you guys know what's going through my mind. We started off with the young ladies there out of the first class, and she won in there just in terms of quality, and she fits in the lineup because she still comes and pieces together with the right kind of balance, and I think she's got some future for you. We picked on her structure just a little bit, and that would be my only concern on her down the road. She doesn't set down just perfect in terms of her flexibility and lower joint work, but I do like her presence. You're doing a good job with her. The heifer out of the second class, whenever you look down the lineup, she's a little different speed, and I really like her. Whenever you get in behind her, she's stout and powerful. She's got a good shape down her top. She's big out of her hip, and she matches it down low with the right kind of stoutness of bone work, and standing still, all of her joints read correct, and all of her angles read correct. We talked about how attractive she was up front. She wedges back, really neat in her shoulder, and opens up with the right kind of dimension and power. We talked about how, for me, I wish she just reached just a little further. She misses her stride just by a nickel whenever you watch her get out in motion around the ring. But like I said, standing still, her angles all read really, really nice, and I like some of the things that heifer does. The heifer that comes out of the third class there, we talked about it in there, those top five, really. There was a lot of give and take in those, and I talked about how if you wanted to mix them up just a little bit different, I was good with that because I did think there's a lot of give and take, especially as you think about those things on down the road. Some of that stuff might change a little bit. The young mans that came out of there, I just liked today. In terms of her body type, I thought she was still good in terms of her build and pieced together with a nice look, and you do an awesome job getting her shown out here. You always make sure I've got a good look at her. She is maybe just a little frailer compared to the rest on either side of her in terms of her bone work down low, so we could stouten her just a little bit there, but a heifer that has a lot of really good things, and you're doing a very nice job with. The heifer that came out of the next class, one that has a little bit of attitude, and you're doing a good job dealing with her. I like her presence up front. I like the sweep to her rear rib and flank, and her flexibility till her lower joint work is really, really nice. She's got just a nickel of chest, and she probably doesn't come out of the backside of her shoulder as bold as some of the other ones that we've seen. Her body type is still good. I still really, really like her presence out here. The heifer that came out of the next class, another one that I really like it, and I thought she won in there, and there's a little give and take, but I thought that was a really nice heifer that puts together a lot of good things. Whenever you look down the line, she's one of the ones that you really like in terms of the way she pieces together. I like her freshness, her presence, her quality up front. Her lower body balance is really, really good. From time to time, she'll get just a little lazy and kind of want to roll out of her hip a little bit. Whenever you get in behind her, she wants to pull her hock in just a little bit from behind, but a lot of really high quality things about her, and I think a lot of future in her as you continue to work on that one. And then we rounded out of our last class with a heifer that's got the right kind of substance, the right kind of body, the right kind of volume. You're doing a good job compared to some of the ones in front of her. She gets just a little more leather, and she's probably not just quite as striking in terms of her balance, but she does the right kind of things, and she covers the fundamentals really, really well. So that's my view of the cattle out here. I think that there's some decisions to be made, but for me, there's one that I like pretty good in terms of what we're going to land on for Gran. The young lady out of the second class is going to be your champion. Young man's that was second in that class fits in the mix, and we talked about her really attractive, extended up front. That heifer still has a lot of presence, just gave up some of the extras in terms of stoutness and volume, but she does fit in the mix out here. I think for me, it gets a little bit closer in terms of which way that you want to go for reserve. I do think there's one that puts together some really, really nice things, though. The young man's second to last class is going to be reserve.
And congratulations, your champion polled Hereford breeding heifer was exhibited by Carly Coulterman, and your reserve champion is Tucker Stagmeyer. We're going to move on now to the Lim-Flex. There's going to be 3 entries. Your champion and reserve will come out of class 35. These are February 9th to April 10th on the birth dates. And just a reminder to all of our exhibitors and our division winners, you need to head over to the backdrop. Next Level Images is there to take pictures of our champion and our reserves, and encourage you to head over that direction after your class is wrapped up to get those photos taken. Again, moving on to class 35 is our Lim-Flex breeding heifers.
Well, as they come on around here, a good class to get us started, and I think they come together nicely, and there's probably the most trade-offs between 1 and 2, but I do like the heifer that's going to lead us off, especially. There's your look at her. She is very, very striking in terms of her look and silhouette from the profile, and that's probably where she has quite a bit of the advantage compared to the heifer in second. She is more extended up front. She ties her neck higher onto her shoulder, and so initial impression up front, she hits you just a little little bit harder. And then as you continue to work your way on back and you talk about balance, that heifer is square from hooks to pins, and I do think she's opened up just a little bit more to her pin set as well. So that kind of helps her come just a little bit square, maintain her balance just a little bit better. I think that heifer is plenty flexible. If I was going to pick on her, maybe I'd like to see her set down on just a nickel bigger foot there, but I do like that heifer. I love her presence and just the quality that she presents out here. The heifer that's going to be second, very overwhelming in terms of her rib, her body type, the sweep she has back into her rear rib and her flank. She looks very maternal. Now she's getting just a little more condition, and she's just a little plainer up front. She's not as extended up front, and I would like to see her opened up and just a little bit square to her pin set. Whenever you get in behind her, she gets just a little bit pinched there. But you're doing a really good job with that heifer and doing an awesome job getting her presented today. The heifer that's going to round us out, one that's got some stoutness, some bone work, and some power. She gets just a little bit coarser out here. She's not quite as smooth and feminine made as those two that went out in front of her, but a heifer that I like and I appreciate in terms of her substance. So a good class there. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
And congratulations, Class 35, your Lim-Flex first, and your champion is Tinley Luby. Reserve champion and second is to Kellen Blank, and third exhibited by Lucy Podoluk. Moving on now, we've got our Maine-Anjou. This is Class 36 entering. There'll be 7 entries in Class 36 from March 5th to April 28th.
Well, a good class here and a lot of quality, but I really, really like this heifer that's going to lead off. I think specifically whenever she's parked and set up from the profile, there's a lot of things to really tie into with this heifer. She's really attractive up front about her head and her neck. She ties it perfect and really seamlessly into her shoulder. She comes back and opens up really good in the turn to her body type, the sweep she has to her rear rib and flank. She's big and stout out of her hip and still to have that much substance. You step off to the side of her, she's really smooth and just blends together very, very seamlessly. If we're going to pick on her for me, I'd like to see her set down on a bigger foot and a bigger ankle and set down just a little more comfortable. She gets just a little more restricted in the way she sets down, but a lot of quality, a lot of things to really, really like in her. In terms of build from the ground up, that's where I like the Baldy heifer that's going to be second. I thought of the class, she's probably the one that is just the most flexible and the most correct, and you can see standing still, she sets down with just a little more set and a little more give to her pastern. The flex of it in motion is really, really nice, and I thought between 2 and 3, I liked her flex, the way she sat down, and I like her rib and body type. That heifer gets a little open about her shoulder, and she's got just a little more chest and a little more leather there, but I do like her body type. I like her flexibility. The heifer that's coming next, extension is good. She's got some stoutness in terms of her bone work, and I think she's really good in terms of her top line balance. She hits me just a little shallow today. She could be just a little bit bolder in the turn right behind her shoulder, and she too maybe gets just a little more tentative in motion. We could set her back just a little bit in her knee and her shoulder. A heifer that comes next that's really highly presented, and you've done an awesome job getting her presented today back behind the barns, putting in a lot of work there. I like that heifer's extension. I like her freshness. I like her top line balance. She gets just a little bit frailer and a little more restricted in motion. That's where she falls apart just a little bit more. She wants to suck up just a little bit more back into her flank and get just a little shorter stride. And the heifer that comes next is a little bit stouter in terms of her bone work. I just want to change her structure a little bit. She gets a little more upright in her knee and her shoulder, and her lower body balance isn't quite as good. She's a little deeper in her chest, wants to cut up to her flank. And then the young man's that's going to round us out, one that's got some extension, she's got some stoutness. She just comes to us a little bit piecier today. She wants to come up in her top line, get a little bit shallower in her body, so we just need her to blend a little bit better in terms of her balance from the side. But another good class there. Congratulations.
Class 37 will be set to come in the ring. After this class, your selection of your champion and reserve champion, Maine-Anjou. There'll be 3 entries coming in Class 37 from January 22nd to February 15th. Results coming out of Class 36. First, congratulations to Josie Johnson. Second goes to Bianca Wood. Third is to Baker Bremer. Fourth goes to AJ Pospiskal. Fifth to Landry Krause. Sixth goes to Corbin Kunk.
Well, a good class as they come on around here. You girls can go ahead and fall in behind him out there in the middle. A good class that comes together, and I think you need to land on the white-legged heifer to lead off in here. Just in terms of her build from the ground up, that's where I like this heifer the best, especially when we get to comparing 1 and 2. This heifer is quite a bit more correct in her foot shape. She's a lot more comfortable and correct in her lower joint work, her angles, and her flexibility. She's really long-necked and pieces together good from the side. So a lot of things to appreciate about that heifer, and I think one that you just need to land on in here. 2 and 3 have a little bit of give and take. There's obviously a little bit of a size advantage to the one that's going to end up second. She's a little bit stouter and a little more powerful. I'm good if you want to go back and forth on those, because if you have the chance to get up on her, we do need to change her foot shape and make her more correct, and I think if we do that, she sets down just a little more attractive there, but I like her stoutness and her power. The heifer that's going to end up third, one that's got extension and freshness. She's attractive about her head and her neck. She's a little upright in her shoulder, and she gets just a little bit shallower back into her flank. So I just want to soften her there, fix her in her front end structure, but I thought there was some give and take between those two heifers. A good class. Congratulations to them.
And congratulations, Class 37, exhibited by Adam Else. Excuse me. Second place goes to Naya Ruda, and third to Mara Yindrik. Bringing them back in for the selection of your champion, Maine-Anjou breeding heifer.
Well, so just a couple of classes here in our Maine-Anjou, but really nice 4 heifers that we have out here. We talked about them pretty good in class. We talked about the heifer that came out of the first class. There's a lot of things to really like about her, especially whenever she gets her stopped and set up from the side. She pieces together really nicely in terms of her balance. I really like whenever you get in behind her, how she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder. And between our 2 class winners, she's my favorite. And the turn to her forerib, her body type, the sweep and volume that she has back into her rear rib and flank, and the stoutness and dimension that she combines with her balance and her look from the side. We talked about making her just a little bit better in the way she sets down on her rear foot and her rear ankle, make her a little bit bigger and a little more comfortable there, but a lot of things to really, really like about her. We just got done talking about that class winner. They're out of the second class, really attractive in terms of her look from the side, long-necked, good in her balance, and I like the way she uses her hip and hind leg is really attractive. I think whenever you get around in behind her, we didn't spend a lot of time criticizing her. I thought she won in class pretty handily. I would like to see her bolder in the way she comes behind her shoulder. She gets just a little bit flatter there in the way she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder. So I'd like to make her just a little bit bolder and open her up just a little bit and make her hit you a little bit stouter. So I think the discussion for reserve will probably get just a little bit closer. I'll take a little more time to look back and forth between a pair of them, but for me, the young ladies out of the first class wins pretty handily. She'll be your champion. Like I said, a little bit of give and take between these two in terms of what you want to do for reserve. And there's things that I want to change about each of them that the other one probably mirrors, where we like them and where we want to change them. So I think you can go back and forth on these two. I like the body type, I like the substance, and I like the flexibility of the young lady that was second in that first class. She's got just a little bit of leather, and she probably doesn't hit you just as unique in terms of her silhouette from the side. And I like the young man's out of the second class in terms of her balance, her freshness, how high quality that she is. She gets just a little bit flatter right behind her shoulder, but I think she follows that first class winner really nicely. Young man's out of the second class is going to be reserve.
Congratulations, your champion Maine-Anjou exhibited by Josie Johnson. Reserve champion is Adam Elves. We have a single class of Maine Angus. There'll be 2 in the class, March and April, and their champion in reserve will come out of that class as well. Oh, there was a scratch, so we only have 1 out of class 38.
Well, we just have 1 here in our Maine Angus, but I think a heifer that could have stood a little bit of competition. She is really nice. There's a good look at her from the side. Really nice in terms of her presence up front, about her head and her neck. She comes back and blends really smooth into her shoulder. She's got the right kind of rib and body type. So I think a really, really nice single entry, and young lady's doing a really good job with her. If you guys would, congratulate her on a good single entry there in our Maine Angus.
And congratulations to Logan Barta with the champion Maine Angus. As we move on to class 39, this will be your maintainers. There'll be 7 entries from April 1st to May 3rd.
Well, a class that has a little bit of give and take to it, and I think there's some discussion too on down the line there, probably through 5. But I think the longer you study them, you need to land on the young ladies out here to win the class. And I like this heifer. I think compared to the one in second, not only her attitude lets you get a little bit of a better look, but I do think that heifer is a little bit stouter in terms of her bone work. Whenever you get in behind the cattle and study them from a rear 3/4, that heifer is my favorite of the whole class, and the way she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder, how smooth she is into her rib, her body type, and her dimension from behind is where she has the advantage in here. You could change her a little bit when she gets into motion. She probably doesn't maintain her balance quite as well, and she's a little more upright in her knee and her shoulder and her front end belt, but standing still, that's probably where you need to make your decision, and I think that heifer probably just needs to win in here. On down the line is where we get a little bit of discussion. The heifer that ends up second is not wanting to cooperate. I kind of stuck with my initial impression of her there, that was the other one that had some length and extension and freshness, and probably hit me with just a little more quality just initially in terms of her extension, her top line balance. That heifer gets just a little too closed up and a little too frail in terms of her foot and bone work, but I do like her look up front and probably the squareness out of her hip. The heifer that comes next has a little more volume, a little more substance of body. She's got a little more stoutness of bone work to go along with it. She gets just a little rounder. She's not quite as smooth, and she's not quite as attractive up front about her head and her neck. She gets just a little bit plainer there. She gets some extra set to her hind legs. So a couple things we could change on her to make her hit you a little bit harder in terms of her balance and maintain it a bit better in motion. The young ladies that's going to come next, I like some things about this heifer. If you want to shift her up a couple spots, I'm good with it. She's moderate. She's good bodied. She's got some flexibility. She's probably on the edge of being just a little cuter to me in terms of her maturity pattern, and she is just a little more jammed up front in terms of her neck. She's got just a little more chest, and we could stouten her in terms of her bone work as well. The young man that comes next does have some stoutness and some power. She just gets a little bit coarser out here in terms of her shoulder, her joint work. She doesn't piece together quite as good in terms of her balance from the side. And then the young lady's kind of roan heifer that's going to round us out, one that's got some freshness and some extension, especially compared to the one right in front of her. She just hits me a little bit green right now in terms of her rib and body type. She is the shallowest and probably just the most pinched there, and we could relax her off either end of her structure as well. But you're doing a good job. That was a good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And congratulations, here's your results of Class 39. First goes to Jenna Peterson, second to Haley Peterson, third is to JP Stewart, fourth to Rachel Martinson, fifth is to Logan Schmidt, sixth to Addison Rist. Entering the ring now will be Class 40 in our Mainetainer breeding heifer competition. There should be 6 entries from March 3rd to March 17th.
Well, hey, I really like this pair here, and these two get me my heart beating just a little bit faster. There's things that I like about both of these heifers very, very well, and honestly, if we could combine both of them, some of the things that we'll talk about here, we'd have something really special. But I tell you what, both of you guys should be really proud of these. I like these two heifers a really good deal. For me, where we probably ended up landing on the young man's up front, whenever you study the two from the side, I like this heifer's look up front just a little bit better. I like her head, I like her extension, I like her neatness just a little bit better, and the way she comes into her shoulder. Both of them are plenty fine in terms of their shoulder, their lower body. The difference after that, in terms of after their look up front, whenever you get around in behind the pair and study them from behind, that's where our class winner also has the advantage. She comes back stouter to her hip and pin set, a little bit bigger and a little more powerful from behind. So not only do I like her look up front just a little bit better, I like that she comes back and gets stouter out of her hip and her pin set. I think that heifer is plenty good whenever you get her in motion. She's not as big-footed and she's not as stout in her bone work as the one that ends up second in here. I think she's got enough. Everything in her fits together really nicely. If that's where I'm going to pick on her, that's probably where I'd like to change her and stouten her up just a little bit down low. But I really like her freshness, I like her look, and I like her dimension from behind. Love the heifer in second in terms of her build from the ground up. And whenever you watch her come in, whenever she came in from a profile and you just watch her in motion, she'll make your heart skip a beat. She kind of gives me the warm and fuzzies. I like her stoutness of bone. I like her foot size and how flexible she is. That is really hard to do, to have that kind of stoutness and power down low and still get out and flex and move the way that she does. I like her rib. I like her body type. Not as neat up front, and I want to open her up a little bit to her hip and her pin set and make her just a little bit square whenever you get in behind her. But that's an awfully good pair of heifers at the top end of that class there. The heifer that comes next, and as we move on down the line, a little bit of give and take there between these. I thought this heifer was just the next best in terms of quality, freshness, and look up front. She does get just a little too shallow in terms of her rib and body type, so we need to soften her a little bit there. But I like her freshness, I like her extension and balance that she has out here. The heifer that comes next was wanting to fight her the entire time, so she was a little bit hard to get a good look at. Another one I think has some extension, top line strength is good. I don't think that heifer is quite as good in terms of her lower joint work, maybe a little more upright in her knee. She's got just a little more navel, so a couple of things down low we could change in her build and make her balance up just a little bit better. Baldy coming next is one that's got some stoutness of bone work, some extension. She gets just a little bit shallower in her body, wants to roll up in her top line and get a little extra set to her hind leg. And then young ladies that's going to round us out, one that's got some extension, just a little too frail down low, want to stouten her, make her a little more correct in terms of her lower joint work. Really nice class there. Awesome pair on the top. Congratulations.
Ready to bring in Class 41. Class 41 from January 28th to February 28th. Your results coming out of Class 40. First we'll go to Brayson Miller, second to Adam Elfs, third is Megan Lawson, fourth is to Addison Grodelution, fifth is to Chase Hartman, and sixth to Brianna Brown.
Well, another good class, and I spent a little more time looking at the other 4 after our class winner because I really like the heifer that's going to lead off in here, and I think she's really impressive in terms of her lower joint work. Specifically, her hip and hind leg is really, really good and really attractive in the way she uses it. She comes back out of the backside of her shoulder, tremendous in the turn to her rib and body type, the depth she has back into her flank. She's almost got a little too much belly. We could take maybe just a little bit out of her, and she gets maybe just a nickel open in her shoulder. But hey, a lot of things to really, really like about her. Really like her balance, her presence, to have that kind of substance and stoutness and still get out and go and move and flex the way that she does is really impressive. A heifer I really like. I thought if the heifer in second had the same hair coat as some of the ones on down the line, it wouldn't be an argument on which one needed to be second, because I do think that in terms of flexibility, body type, and just being honest and the right kind of female in terms of her build and body type, that's where I like her. And I think if you put the same hair coat on her as some of the ones behind her, there's no contest. I do like her body type, substance, probably not just as many out there pieces there as our class winner. The heifer that comes next, if you just study her from the side view profile, just take a picture of her, she puts together a nice image. Extended up front, got some lower body sweep. She's a little too upright in terms of her front end structure, and whenever you get in behind her, she gets just a little too flat, right behind her shoulder, a little bit flatter from behind. I want to open her up, make her a little stouter. That's why I like the heifer that's coming next. She is opened up a bit more, a little bit stouter to her hip and pin set. She's got a little more substance if you want to switch that around and move her up a spot or so. I'm good with it. For me, she got just a little bit off in terms of her balance. She's got a little more chest. She gets a little off right behind her shoulder, and she gets a little extra set to her hind leg. So we need to change a couple of things balance-wise in her, but you're doing a good job getting her shown out here, and one that I like in terms of her substance and having some stoutness. The young man that's going to round us out, another one that's got some body, got some stoutness of bone, probably just doesn't piece together quite as good out here. A little bit plainer about her head, not quite as smooth and feminine made as some of the ones in front of him, but you're doing a good job there. So another good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Here's your results of Class 41. First, we'll go to Colton Croker. Second, to Addison Horn. Third is to Josie Wilson. Fourth, to Tatum Schroeder. And fifth, to Robert Beisel. Single entry coming in Class 42, born September 28th.
Just a single entry here in this class, a heifer that I really like in terms of her look up front. She ties her neck really nice onto her shoulder. She's good in the way she transitions back to her rear rib and flank. Her lower body balance is really, really nice. So a lot of good things to appreciate about that heifer. We'll see her back here in the mix. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Garrett Schultz, winner of Class 42, bringing them back in to make the selection of your champion and reserve champion maintainer.
This is an awesome lineup that we've had, and probably the deepest that we've seen in terms of quality and competition as we work through these classes here in this division. There's several heifers out here that I really, really like, and that if I was exhibiting, I would be very, very proud of and feel really good about. We'll talk about them just a little bit. We started off out of that first class with a heifer that I really liked, and I thought in there she needed to win just in terms of her rib, her body type. She's maybe not perfect in terms of her structure down low. She needs to be set back a little bit in her knee, but we talked about her in class. She needed to win just in terms of substance and balance. The heifer out of the second class, obviously we had that pair that came out of there, and man, I really, really like those two. They're very nice, and we talked about the give and take between those heifers. This heifer, in terms of her extension up front, I like just a little bit better, and whenever you got in behind the pair, I like the way that she came out of her hip and her pin set. If you guys get the chance to get a good shot of those two from behind, you'll see the difference. That heifer came just a little bit square back to her hip and pin set. She gets a little lazy out here from time to time, but she's giving you a good look right now in terms of balance. The way she pieces together, she can almost be just a little bit deceiving because she looks real smooth and really feminine and really angular from the side, but she comes back with the right kind of stoutness and dimension. And I love the heifer that was second in there in terms of stoutness of foot, stoutness of bone work, and flexibility. That's where she complimented our class winner, being just a little bit stouter down low. I just wish up high she matched it just a little bit better whenever you got in behind her in terms of her hip, her pin set, and her stoutness whenever you get in front her from behind. But two heifers out of that class that I like a tremendous deal. Young mans that came out of the third class kind of won in there with a little bit of a smoke show, and I think she won pretty easily, and she's absolutely in contention whenever you bring her back out here. She is big-footed, she's heavy-boned, she's very, very flexible. Whenever you get around to a rear three-quarter, her rib and body type and substance is really, really good, and she's big and stout and powerful out of her hip. Talked about how maybe she's not perfect in her shoulder, and she's maybe just not the most choke-necked one that we've seen, but everything in her kind of proportions together, and to have that much substance and volume and dimension and stoutness and still get out and move and flex the way she does. I like that heifer. I think she does some really nice things. The young man single entry that came there out of that last class, one that I like in terms of her balance, her look from the side is really, really nice. She's maybe not blessed with the same hair coat as some of the other ones, but I like that heifer's look, especially standing still. Whenever we get her in motion, she wants to knuckle up just a little bit on her rear pastern, so if we're going to perfect her, that's where I'd like to see her set down just a little more comfortable there in the set to her rear pastern, but a heifer that's got a lot of quality. Like I said, a good set of seconds, quite a few heifers out here that I really, really like, and there's some give and take between them. That's just how I see them. I really like them. And I'm going to put this down and show you the ones I like. We're going to get three out of here because I do think there's three heifers that hit me really, really hard and deserve to be in contention and come back later today. If you guys would, congratulate all of these exhibitors. I'll show you the ones that I like.
Congratulations, your Mainetainer champion will go to Colton Kroger, reserve will go to Bryson Miller, and third to Adam Elves. As we move on now to our Red Angus, Class 43 has 2 entries, March 1 and March 3rd.
Well, a good pair that we have here to get us started in our red Angus, and we're going to leave them the way that they came in, and I'm pretty comfortable doing so. I think between the pair, the young man's up front is just quite a bit better in terms of her body type, her substance, the volume and turn that she has, the sweep back to her rear rib and flank. And of the two, I probably do prefer her lower joint work and the way she sets down at the ground. So a nice heifer that puts together some good things. The heifer in second's got some extension. She's fresh. She's good in her top line. I probably like to see her just a little bit better and have a little more volume to her rib, her body type, and the sweep back to her rib and flank, and probably stouten her a little bit more down low. But two nice heifers in there. Congratulations.
And congratulations out of Class 43, Kyler Flugie with the first. Second goes to Garrett Caslin. Move on to Class 44 in our Red Angus breeding heifers. There are 4 entries, January 1 to February 14th. After this class, a selection will be made of your champion Red Angus breeding heifer. And just a reminder, make sure you're getting your photos taken over with Next Level Images. Division winners can head that way when they head out of the ring.
Good class that we have here. A little bit of give and take, I'd say, between these. The young ladies, though, that's going to lead off. I think whenever you study them set up from the side, she's probably the one that hit me the hardest, just in terms of the way she pieced together, having some quality, and looking like a show heifer out here. I think she looks really nice in terms of her presence up front. I like her head and her neck, the way she ties it to the top side of her shoulder. She probably is just a little neater there compared to the heifer that's in second, and she hooks up stronger in the way she transitions and comes out of the backside of her shoulder. So I like her look and freshness up front. I like her top line consistency, and the way you've gotten her presented today. You're doing a good job. She's got a little bit of chest, and we could change her lower body balance just a little bit, and this heifer that's going to be second is just a little bit deeper in the way she comes back to her rear rib and flank. She's a little bit better in the sweep she has there. I just want to change her up front in the way her neck blends into her shoulder. She gets a little off right behind it and doesn't hook up and blend just seamlessly like our class winner does there. So some give and take between those two, but I think around us out has some growth and some extension, just a little too shallow. She is the shallowest in terms of her rib and body type. We can make her set down just a little more comfortable out of her hind leg. But a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Well, not many here in this division, but some quality among our class winners and our seconds that we have back out here. I think there's some good cattle, and you guys are doing a very good job getting them shown and getting them exhibited out here. We talked about them in class, so I'm not going to go back in depth and break them all down again. I think all four of them have things to appreciate. Our two class winners probably are the pair that hit me just a little bit harder in terms of their quality, in terms of their presence. I think there's one of them that I like in terms of combining that with a little more substance, a little more body, a little more sweep, and I like the stoutness of that heifer's bone work and foot size just a little bit better. So all four are very nice for me. I like the young man's out of the first class to be your champion. Young ladies class winner out of the second class will follow up as reserve. If you guys would, congratulate all four of them on a good division there. Well, just a single entry out here. Young man's doing a really good job. A heifer that's really angular and striking. She's got some presence up front, top line strength and consistency, and the way she comes out of the backside of her shoulder is really, really nice. You could maybe give her a shot more depth of body, a shot more stoutness of bone work, but you're doing a good job working with that heifer that's wanting to be just a little antsy for you. So if you guys would, congratulate him on a nice single entry.
Here's your results out of Class 44. First, we'll go to Peyton Lammers. Second is to Kayla Rupi. Third, to Garrett Castellan. And fourth will go to Jaylee Haggerty. Your champion did go to Kyler Hugie, and your reserve champion to Peyton Lammers. In Class 45, your Red Angus Composite with a single entry, your champion is by Canyon Plugi. We're moving on now to a single entry in the Scottish Highland. Born April 1st.
Just one Highlander out here. Young man's doing a really good job and has a nice single entry. I like this heifer stoutness of bone work. I like her extension up front, and I like her body type. So a lot of things to appreciate about a really nice single entry. If you guys would, congratulate him as he works his way on out.
You got a nice cheering squad there. Congratulations to Easton Bowes with the champion Scottish Highland breeding heifer. As we move on now, we're into Class 47. These will be your Shorthorns. Shorthorn breeding heifer Class 47 should have 6 entries from April 1st to May 18th.
Well, a good class and a good pair on the top here that I think have a little bit of give and take. I like both of these heifers, but whenever they got stopped and set up from the side and you can really get in and study them really well, the heifer that's going to end up winning, I probably like the way her body type fits in her just a little bit better today. I think that heifer transitions out of the backside of her shoulder just a little bit better into her forerib. She's a little more seamless and a little bit better in the way she opens up there. And whenever you get in behind the pair, she is opened up a bit more in terms of her pin set, her dimension. She's just a little more opened up underneath, a little bit bigger to her hip and her pin set. I just like her extra dimension and a little more volume that she has to go along with it. The heifer in second, I really like her look up front. She is long-necked, very, very striking. She's got a good sweep back to her flank. She maybe hits me just on the edge of being a little bit taller, and she's a little flatter right behind her shoulder. I wish she came just a little bit bolder from behind. And big thing is just whenever you get in behind her, I just want to see her opened up underneath. She gets just a little too flat for me. I just want to open her up. But a heifer that's got a ton of presence. You've done an awesome job getting presented, and no doubt a lot of future for her on down the road. The heifer that comes next, some of those things that we just talked about in the heifer that goes out in front of her, moderation and substance and having some stoutness is where I like that heifer. She's a little bit stouter in terms of her bone work. She's got some body. For me, that heifer isn't as neat in terms of her shoulder, her front end. She gets just a little bit deeper. She wants to pull her loin down and gets a little extra set to her hind leg, so she doesn't maintain her balance quite as good. But I do like some of the extra feature and stoutness and those things that she has. Just need to change her a little bit in terms of her balance, smooth her up in her shoulder. The roan that comes next, another one that's got some extension, got some performance and some body. She gets just a little bit plainer out here. She doesn't get out and flex and use her hind leg quite as attractive as I would like to see her, but you're doing a good job getting her shown. You keep sticking with it, buddy. The heifer that comes next, another one, moderation, fleshing ability is not a problem for her. I think with that, she gets just a little bit plainer out here. She's getting a little more chest, gets a little rounder off either end. And then the heifer that's going to round out the class, one that's a little bit leaner in terms of her condition comparative to the one that goes right in front of her, got some extension. She is the shallowest in terms of her body type. Just need to change her, make her balance up a little bit better. A good class there, some give and take. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
And congratulations in class 47. First goes to Sarah Allard. Second is to J.C. Stutzman. Third is to Caitlin Burrows. Fourth goes to Dustin Douglas. Fifth is to Madeline Chevalier. Sixth is to Grace Chevalier. As we continue on with our Shorthorns, this is class number 48. There'll be 5 entries from January 6th to February 15th.
Well, a good class, and as they come around, I thought these top three had a little bit of discussion, a little bit of give and take, but the young man's it's going to lead off, especially as they're circling around and you study those three in motion. That's where I like his heifer the best. I think in terms of building them from the ground up, flexibility, lower joint work, that's where that heifer suits me the best. She also is one of the stouter ones in terms of her bone work, so to get out and be one of the more comfortable ones and more correct whenever you get her in motion, that's where I like her. She's still long-necked. She's good in her lower body balance, the depth that she has back into her flank. You could change her out of her hip. She's a little bit short and not perfect from hooks to pins and not perfectly square and level there, but I do like that heifer's build and the way she maintains her balance whenever she gets into motion. You've done an awesome job taking care of this heifer, getting her presented today, so I just wanted to commend you on the heifer in second, on the work that you've done back behind the scenes before you came up here, because you have done an awesome job getting her presented. I like that heifer shape. I like her body shape. I like her volume. You've done a good job there managing her. In motion is probably where she falls apart the most. She kind of drops out of her front end. She gets a little more jammed up. She doesn't move out of her front end quite as good, and then she kind of wants to cut up a little bit into her flank, so she doesn't maintain her balance quite as good. I'd like to set her back smoother in her shoulder just a little bit there to make her maintain her balance just a bit better. The heifer that comes third, if we just judge her standing still, she's got some things that I really like. Extended up front, got some body type and some volume, some dimension whenever you get in behind her. She's not perfect in the set to her knee, and big thing is whenever she gets out and goes, she gets just a little wide walking out of her hip and hind leg. She just needs to set down just a little more correct and a little more comfortable out of her hip and hind leg for me to be comfortable moving up, but I do like that heifer's extension. I think she's got the right kind of presence. We got a pair of heifers that are going to round out the class. Honestly, both of these are pretty similar. They both are extended. They're both good in their top line balance. They both just give up a little bit in terms of body type and volume. I thought the heifer that ended up being fourth in here was probably just a little smoother made in terms of her joint work in a couple of spots, but both of them probably need to be just a little more opened up, a little softer in their heart and their flank and back into their foreribs. So a good class there, a little bit of discussion, but congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
And congratulations out of class 48. First will go to Leighton Demuth. Second is to Cole Bruce. Third goes to Reese Locke. Fourth to Becca Podolick. And fifth is to Mason Prothman. Making the selection now of your champion Shorthorn breeding heifer.
Well, we get our class winners and our seconds back out here. A good division of cattle that we had here in the Shorthorns. I like all four of these. There's things to appreciate about each and every one of them. And we talked about our class winners. We had a tough pair there come out of the first class that had a little bit of give and take between them, but both of them hit me with the right kind of quality, the right kind of balance. Both of those young ladies are getting 110% out of those heifers, and they both come with the right kind of look and presence out here. And then we just got done talking about the young mans that came there out of the second class in terms of build, flexibility. I like that heifer. I like her extension up front, and I like the sweep back to her rear rib and flank. We talked about some things that we could change in her a little bit out of her hip and change her just a little bit there, but I think a lot of cattle out here that are very, very nice. I'm going to put this down and take one more look at them and show you the two that I like, but if you guys would, congratulate these exhibitors on doing a very nice job. We bring the second place there back into contention, and we talked about those two in class. I thought they were really good. There was a lot of give and take between them, and I like the quality, I like the presence and the freshness of the young ladies that came second in there. We're going to keep that pair together. Young lady that was second in that class will be reserved. But congratulations to all of you guys on a good division.
Congratulations, your champion Shorthorn breeding heifer exhibited by Sarah Allard. Your reserve is JC Stutzman. Moving on now to our Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers. There will be 2 classes. Class 49 has 8 entries from April 6th to May 25th.
Well, two good heifers here on the top end of this class, and I think that there's a little bit of back and forth on these. And maybe from the outside, you guys all the way that are a little further off of them probably think it's a little more cut and dry. The black heifer looks like she's the class winner out here. And whenever you step off to the side of them, she is the one that of the pair. I really like the way she pieces together. I like her look, her freshness, or she's a little more feminine about her head and her neck, the way she blends into her shoulder and then coming down her top. That heifer is better in her top line consistency. She stays a little bit square from hooks to pins and just pieces together a little bit better. That heifer, whenever she gets out and goes, she actually does flex and set down a little bit better than I maybe initially had anticipated after we got up. I would like to change the shape of her feet. They get just a little more closed up. Her toes do. I'd like to make them just a little more opened up and just a little square there. But I like that heifer's presence. You've done an awesome job getting her presented out here and getting her ready back behind the scenes in the barn. So I wanted to commend you. You've done a good job with that. The heifer that's going to be second comparative to our class winner, I do like her foot shape a little bit better. She's a little more correct in her toe shape and spread and the way she sets down at the ground. That heifer is attractive in the way she sets down in her pastern, her flexibility. I like that heifer's substance. She just looks like a good kind of a female that I think will be a really nice cow for you down the road. She does get just a nickel planer out here in terms of her look up front, and she gets lazy where she wants to roll out of her hips. She almost collects herself a bit better in motion because she gets a little lazy standing still. But those are the differences between a tough pair on the top of this class, and I really liked both of these. The blue roan that comes next is another one I thought after our class winners and our second most closely followed them in terms of body type, substance, stoutness of bone work. That heifer wants to toe out just a little bit up front. I'd like to make her set down just a little bit squarer there, set her back a little bit in her shoulder, but I like that heifer's substance and body type that she has. The red roan that's coming next, another one. Extension is good, body type is good. She gets a little bit frailer in terms of her bone work, a little more upright in her knee and her shoulder, and you can see her wanting to round out of her hip a little bit there. So a couple of structure things. I want to stouten her down low. Heifer that comes next, another one kind of similar, really fresh and got some extension, a little too upright off either end, a little shallower in her body type. Hopefully she continues to belly down for you as you continue to work and feed with her. The heifer that comes next, another one, extension, got some volume, just lower body balance we need to change. She gets deeper in her chest and wants to cut up to her flank. Just need to change her lower body. The red heifer that comes next is stout in terms of her bone work. I like her moderation and some of the feature that she has. She gets a little bit coarser out here compared to some of the ones in front of her in terms of her joint work, a little heavier in her navel, so we could just smooth her up a little bit everywhere. And then the young ladies that's going to round out our class, one that's got some extension, youthful, just a little too frail out here and gives up a little too much substance and power compared to some of the ones in front of her. Another good class. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Set to bring in class number 50 of our Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers. There'll be 4 entries, January 26th to March 17th. Your results out of class 49. First goes to Bianca Wood. Second is to Catherine Neighbor. Third to Reese Locke. Fourth is to Erica Swishow. Fifth is to Claire Cromie. Sixth to Carter Check. Seventh is to Corbin Kunk. And eighth is to Hannah Chevalier. Again, this is class 50. After this class, a selection of your champion Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer.
Good class here, a little bit of discussion and really different kind that we've got here in the top pair between these two. Whenever you get them in motion, though, the young man's that's going to lead off. I do like that Heifer's build just a little bit better between the two. She sets just a little bit squarer up front in her knee and the way she comes down to the ground. And whenever you get up on top of them and get them a little bit closer, she is a little more correct in her foot shape. And I think that's why she sets down just a little more attractive. In between the pair, whenever you step off to the side of them, she's the one that also probably hits me just a little more feminine first impression. Now, she does give up just a little bit in terms of substance and stoutness, but I like that Heifer's balance. I like her femininity, and I like her build, and you're doing a heck of a job getting her shown out here. Now, I like the Heifer in second in terms of stoutness and power, and that's where she complements our class winner. She has really opened up underneath, big in terms of the turn to her rib. She's got a lot of stoutness and shape and muscle coming down her top. She's big and stout out of her hip. With that, she gets a little more open in her shoulder. She twists out a little bit up front. She wants to roll out of her hip, and we could change her foot shape and make her a little bigger and a little more correct there. But I like her stoutness and her power. You're doing a heck of a job getting her shown too. We got a pair of Heifers coming around the blue roan that comes next. One that's got some extension up front. Top line balance is good in her. She just gets a little more general in terms of her look out here. She's got a little bit of chest coming in her. Makes her look just a shot plainer, and she's not as smooth probably there in her joint work and her hock. But I do like that Heifer's extension, top line balance, body type is good. Just a couple of little things balance-wise we could probably change on her. And then the Heifer that's going to round out our class, another one. Extension is good in her, just gets a little too flat out here compared to some of the other ones, and probably not just quite as balanced in the way she hits you. She wants to roll out of her hip just a little bit and narrow to her pin set, so we could open her up, make her maintain her balance just a little bit better. Good class, a little bit of give and take there. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Get ready to bring them back in for the selection of your champion Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer. Out of Class 50, first goes to Kason Carlson, second is to Sarah Mead, third to Claire Crissel, and fourth to JC Stutzman.
Well, another good drive as we keep moving along through the day here in our Shorthorn Pluses, and our two class winners and our 2 seconds that we have out here are all really nice. We have a little bit of a similar dynamic in terms of we had a pair of Heifers out of the first class I thought that complemented each other, and where I wanted to change one, the other one probably complemented her, and we have the same thing out of the second class. So I think a kind of a fun dynamic out here. I like all 4 of them, and there's things to appreciate about each of them. We talked about that pair out of the first class, about how whenever you just study them from the side, you guys back here in the bleachers think this one is really good, and she is very, very nice in terms of her silhouette. I like the way she blends and pieces together. Of all 4 of them, she's my favorite in terms of balance and silhouette. She's very high quality. My biggest thing on her was just changing her foot shape a little bit, but she still gets out and flexes and sets down probably better than I had initially anticipated. Just need to change her a little bit there. In the second place in there. That's where we talked about I do prefer her foot shape. She's a little more correct there in her toe shape and the way she sets down at the ground, just not quite as unique in the way she pieced together from the side, her look up front. And then the same thing, we just talked about those two that came out of the second class, a heifer that hit me a little smoother, a little more maternal, but gives up a little bit of substance, and that's where the Blue Roan kind of complemented her in terms of extra stoutness, just gets a little piecier and a little coarser in a couple spots because of it. So I think 4 really, really nice heifers. For me, I thought between the 2 pairs, there was a pair that I thought was probably just a little bit closer, and I feel pretty comfortable keeping those 2 together. We're going to keep those 2 out of the first class together. If you guys would, congratulate all 4 of them on another good division here.
Congratulations, your champion Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer exhibited by Bianca Wood. Reserve champion is Catherine Neighbor. We're now going to move on to our Purebred Simmental breeding heifers. And that'll happen here just momentarily.
Well, it's a beautiful afternoon outside, and we're starting our Purebred Simmental show here. We are on class 51 is now in the ring.
Well, a good class that we have here to get us started in our Simmentals, and one that has a little bit of give and take, but I still think that it comes together pretty well in my mind. Standing still and parked from the profile, I really like the young lady that's going to lead us off. She's really attractive in the way she pieces together, and I do think her advantage compared to the Heifer in second, she's pretty overwhelming in terms of her rib, her body type, the sweep she has back to her rear rib and flank, and whenever you get in behind her, she does come just a little bit stouter to her hip and pin set with a little more natural dimension. Need to change that Heifer at the ground a little bit, change her toe shape. She isn't perfect in the way she gets out of her front end, so if we could change her at the ground, I like her that much more, but I do like that Heifer. The one that's going to be second, she just doesn't want to be a show Heifer yet, and hopefully she continues to get better for you, and she gets a little different attitude. She's got a lot of presence. She's long-necked and very high quality, just a little bit too green today in terms of her rib and body type, a little more upright in her knee and shoulder. The Heifer that's going to round us out, one that's got just a little more body and a little more substance than the one that goes in front of her, but she gets just a little bit piecier out here. She's got a little more navel and a couple of things that kind of throw off her balance from the side, a little chest, so those little things kind of throw her off out here. But a good class. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 51, congratulations to Blakely Katz. Second will go to Kinsley Snodgrass, and third to Brock Lauritsen. Moving on to our Purebred Simmental class number 52. There should be 5 entries from March 5th to March 20th.
Good pair that we have here. Again, I think some trade-off between these two. And the heifer up front, the young guy showing it, that heifer is maybe at a little bit of a size disadvantage because he's quite a bit smaller than his heifer. But when he is able to stop it and get his heifer set up from the side, she gives you a really good look. And I do think between those two heifers, she is a little more overwhelming in terms of her rib, her body type. Whenever you get to a rear three-quarter, I like the way she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder into her forerib. I like the depth and the sweep back to her rear rib and flank just a little bit better. She wants to drop out of her front end just a little bit in motion, and she could set square. She wants to toe out a little bit up front, but I do like that heifer's body type, substance, and a little extra volume and dimension that she probably comes with. Initial impressions coming in, the young ladies at second hits you really hard, and you do an awesome job getting her shown. You get 110% out of her. She is very good looking up front, really, really long necked, and she ties it high onto her shoulder. She's good in her top line. She's flexible down low. For me, she's on the edge of being just a little more streamlined looking in her lower body. She gets a little flatter and just a little more closed up from behind. I just want to make her come with a little more dimension and a little more substance, but I like those two heifers really good. Talk about dimension and substance and stoutness. That's where I like the young lady's Baldy that comes next. If you are able to get around in behind, get up on top of them, she has got an awesome muscle shape coming down her top. She's really powerful out of her hip. She just doesn't get out and move and flex quite as good as I'd like to see her. Standing still, pieces together beautifully. Just needs to use her hip and hind leg a little more correct with a little more flex and a little more comfort whenever you get her in motion. But I really like the stoutness and the presence of that heifer. You're doing a good job with her. And then we got one that rounds us out that maybe is just a little more flexible than the one that goes out in front of her. Just gets a little plainer out here in terms of a look and presence, a little bit shallower in her body, a little bit plainer about her head and her neck up front. So a good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Here's the results of Class 52. First goes to Madden Ross. Second to Chinley Luby. Third is to Gracie Clausen. And fourth to Blakely Smith. Entering now is Class 53 from January 6th to February 12th.
Well, we keep moving on along here and find something I really, really like, this heifer that's going to lead us off. And there's your look at her. She is gorgeous in the way she pieces together from the side. Really, really good. And the way she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder, she's beautiful in the sweep back to her rear rib and flank. She's got the right kind of set and flex to her hind leg. Awesome looking up front. So she really pieces together a lot of things that I really, really like. And then you throw on that little splash of color up front to kind of put the cherry on top. Really nice heifer right there. I like a good deal. The heifer that's going to be second, one that I thought just followed our class winner in terms of quality. She's got the right kind of extension. She's got some top line strength, a little more upright off either end. Needs to be just a little more correct in the way she gets out and goes. Just relax her off either end a bit. The young man's red heifer coming next is going to be third, and I like that heifer's body type and the substance that she has. She just gets a little bit plainer out here in terms of her look up front. She's got a little more throat and a little more chest, but you're doing a heck of a job getting her shown. And then we round out the class with a moderate, good-bodied heifer. You don't have to worry about fleshing ability with her, but she probably is pushing a little more condition out here. We could freshen her up a little bit to probably hit us just a little bit harder out here. But a good class, really, really nice class winner. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And out of Class 53, congratulations to Jamie Hoblin. Second will go to Kinsley Snodgrass, third to Hudson Schroeder, and fourth to Maya Brummels. We're moving on to Class 54, a single entry in the Purebred Simmental breeding heifer class. She was born the 15th of November.
Young man's got a heifer that wants to come in and get around the ring fast, and he's doing a good job keeping up with her. And one that I really like in terms her lower joint work, her hip and hind leg is really flexible. She's good in her body type. She pieces together nicely from the side. He's doing a really good job getting her shown out here. So if you guys would congratulate him on a really, really nice single entry.
And congratulations to Madden Ross. We're now going to bring him back in for the selection of your champion purebred Simmental breeding heifer.
Well, a nice lineup that we have out here in our Purebred Simmental Drive. These class winners and the seconds that we have are really nice. And I think as you look down the lineup of them, there's a lot of similarities as far as just type and kind in our class winners. So they're really, really nice. We talked about them a little bit. I'll go back through them briefly here so you guys know kind of what's going through my mind. We started off with the young ladies out of the first class there. I thought she just kind of looked the part, and between her and a heifer that really doesn't want to act like a show heifer today. Hopefully she changes her attitude a little bit. I liked her body type and substance a bit better today. We talked about needing to change her foot shape a little bit and the way she maintains her balance when she gets into motion, but I like that heifer and I think she's got a lot of upside. The heifer that came out of the second class there, one I really like, and I thought that was a close pair between those two, and there was a little bit of give and take. I liked this heifer's rib and body type, mass and substance that she had just a little bit better between that pair, and I think whenever she gets back out here, one that I think fits in the mix still really well. We talked about how she drops out of her front end just a little bit whenever we get her in motion. She's hitting just a little bit better out here. She's got a little taller showman on her now, but a heifer, there's a look at her, I think has some presence and quality. Then we had one come out of the third class. I talked about how I really, really like this heifer. When you look down the lineup of them, she's the one that should hit you really hard. Awesome in the way she pieces together from the side. She ties her neck perfect into her shoulder and then transitions out of the backside of it. Really good in the sweep back to her rear rib and flank. She's very attractive in the way she uses her hip and hind leg. She gets a little lazy from time to time getting out of her front end and doesn't keep her head just popped up just as much as she wants to standing still, but I really like that heifer. A lot of good things about her. And then the young man single entry that just came out of that last class. Stoutness of foot, stoutness of bone work, and substance and mass is really, really good in her. She's maybe not just the neatest chested and the most refined one up front that we've seen, but I do like her substance, her mass, and stoutness. So that's kind of my view of them. A good set of seconds behind me. For me, I feel really good about the one that we're going to land on for champion, and I think there's an awful nice one to follow up for reserve. Young ladies out of the third class is going to be your champion. Young man's out of the second is going to be reserve. If you guys would, congratulate all of those on a good drive.
Congratulations, your champion Simmental breeding heifer is exhibited by Jamie Hoblin. Your reserve is by Madden Ross. Class 55 has been split into two classes. This will be 55A, a single entry.
A good single entry here to get us started in our percent semis, and one that I like in terms of her extension, her presence up front. That heifer looks like she's got some upside for the young lady as she continues to work on her in the barn and at home. A little bit green, and you could probably set her back a little in her knee, but you're doing a good job getting her shown out here. If you guys would congratulate her on a really nice single entry.
55A was exhibited by Isabella Detwiller. 55B will also be a single entry, June 2nd birthday.
Another good single entry that we have here, one, again, extension up front, top line balance and consistency is really good in her, and she's flexible in the way she uses her hip and hind leg. You can make her just a little bit deeper in the way she transitions back to her rear rib and flank, clean her up in her chest just a little bit to balance perfect from the side, but you're doing a good job getting her shown. If you guys would, give her a round of applause as she works her way on out.
Congratulations to Anna Warm in 55B. Now we're on to class 56 in our percentage Simmental breeding heifers. There should be 6 entries, April 8th to May 3rd.
Well, another good class, a few more in this one, and I think a little give and take on these top pair. You can go back and forth between the two of them. There's probably some structure things and foot shape things that we could change about the both of them. I thought whenever they got stopped and parked from the side, I did like the presence of the balance of the Baldy that's going to lead us off between the two. She is just a little bit neater up front. The way her neck blends into her shoulder, I thought just a little bit neater about the base of her chest, and her lower body balance hit me just a little more ideal whenever you study them from the side. I'd like to see that heifer a little bigger in her foot size and her ankle, open her up a little bit from behind. She gets a little more pinch to her pin set and just a little bit flatter and a little narrower made, but I do like her freshness, her balance, and her quality. Talking about a little more dimension and a little more substance, that's where I like the young ladies that's second. She is just a little bolder right behind her shoulder. She's a little bigger and a little stouter out of her hip and her pin set, so I like that she comes with a little more substance, and if you want to swap them because of that, I'm good with it. She wants to pull down in her loin, get a little open in her shoulder. Her toes are getting just a little bit longer, and I'd like to clean her up a little in the base of her chest. So if we can change those few things, I really like the extra substance and dimension. The heifer that comes next, long-necked and fresh in terms of her condition, gives up a little bit in terms of volume and substance. She gets a little frailer in terms of her bone work. The Baldy that's going to come next, another one that I like in terms of extension up front. She gets a little extra set to her hind leg. She's got a little more navel, so we could change her in those couple of spots to make her a little more attractive. But I did like her extra stoutness of bone and just a little more grow in performance, probably then compared to those two that are going to round us out. The heifer that comes next, top line strength and consistency is good on her. I like her extra color up front. She just gets a little bit more tubular in her body type, a little deeper in her chest, wants to cut up into her flank. And then young man's that's going to round us out. You're doing a heck of a job out here getting her shown. Another one, top line strength is good. Like her extension, like her a little color up front. Just need to soften her in terms of her rib, her body type, and her structure to make her a little more competitive, but you're doing a good job. If you guys would, congratulate all of them on a really nice class.
Here's your results coming out of class 56. First, we'll go to Gracie Clausen. Second to Brigham Robinson. Third to Brock Lauritsen. Fourth is to Corbin Kunk. Fifth, is to Maya Brummels. And sixth to Cooper Victor. Heading in now to class 57, one of our bigger classes that we have here at the Classic. There will be 12 entries in this percentage Simmental from March 3rd to March 29th.
Well, this is really competitive and very, very tough. And I'll be honest with you, it took a really good one to get towards the top end of this class. I like the top 5 in here, but to be honest with you, these top 2 hit me really hard when they first came in. And there's a few differences between them. Neither of them are perfect. We'll talk about some of the things that we could pick on both of them for, but these 2 heifers are very high quality. They're very, very competitive, and you guys should be really, really proud. Whenever you step off to the side of them and study this pair in terms of the way they piece together and balance in terms of their silhouette, the young ladies up front should hit you pretty hard. And I think she is really, really attractive in the way that her neck and her head blends into her shoulder. She's probably got the advantage, just a little bit longer necked, a little more attractive there. I like the way she comes back and transitions from her chest. The sweep back to her rear rib and flank is really, really good and very attractive. And if we could just judge her standing still, she is very, very nice. And I think she's flexible enough. That's kind of where you need to make the call on her. She doesn't set down probably quite good enough, and she needs to get out and just go. She almost acts a little hesitant to get out and just travel for you. I think she's good enough, and you kind of have to make that call. But if that's where we're going to pick on her, that's where I'm going to do it, because other than that, her balance, her freshness, her attractiveness and femininity up front is so good. That's where I really like her. I like her lower body balance and the way she transitions back to her rear rib and flank, and I like the way she comes out of her hip. I really like that heifer. Just need to change her a little bit, the way she sets down at the ground there. The heifer that's going to be second, whenever you get up on top of her, she is so good, and the way she comes out of the backside of her shoulder compared to our class winner, maybe even a little bit bolder right behind her shoulder, the turn to her forerib, the stoutness out of her hip is really good. She probably does set down just a little more attractive when you're far off of them compared to our class winner. Her toe shape is just a little bit funny. I'd probably like to change her just a little bit there. From time to time, it looks like they're getting just a little bit where they want to come in towards each other. So we could change her a little bit there. She's not just quite as out there in terms of her look up front, but she's plenty good. And I really like a lot of things about that heifer as well. A lot of give and take there between that top pair of females. I like both of them a really good deal. As we work on down, I thought 2, 3, 4, and 5 were really good and pretty competitive. The heifer that ended up third out here, I thought had just a little more stoutness of bone work compared to the baldy that comes behind her. I liked her extra stoutness of feature and probably the extra sweep that she had back into her rear rib and flank. That heifer's got just a little more leather up front in terms of her throat latch and her chest there, so we could clean her up just a little bit there. But from there back, I like that heifer. The one that comes next, beautiful in terms of her presentation up front, her extension. She's really, really fresh and attractive there. Gets just a little shallower and just a little more tubular in terms of her body type, and I'd like to stouten her in terms of her lower joint work a little bit to go along with that. Young man's that comes next, a moderate, good-bodied heifer that gets just a little plainer out here in terms of her look up front. She kind of wants to fall apart and get a little lazy on you whenever you get her into motion, but there's a good look at her. A heifer that I like in terms of her body type, in terms of her substance, and she's still flexible. Just need to neaten her up a little bit up front. You're doing a heck of a good job. The heifer that comes next, the black and white heifer, another one that's got some depth and some sweep back into her rear rib and flank. Got a little more chest and not quite as just powerful or bold in the turn to her upper rib cage. We can make her just a little neater in her chest, a little bolder up high. You're doing a good job. The heifer that comes next, a lot of growth and extension in her, gets just a little plainer in terms of her head and her front end, gets a little extra set to her hind leg. Heifer that comes next, another one, top line strength is good, extension up front is good. Need to lay her back a little bit, and her knee and her shoulder, she gets just a little more upright there and a little frailer in terms of her foot and bone work. As we keep working on down, another heifer that's fresh and angular, a little too frail in terms of her bone work, need to stouten her up there. Another one that comes next that's moderate and has some substance, just gets a little bit plainer in the way she balances. And then the young man that's going to round us out, one that's got some substance and body, just gets a little more restricted in motion, not quite as smooth and feminine as some of the other cattle. Good class there, a little bit of give and take, but congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Here's your results coming out of Class 57. As Class 58 is ready to enter, there are 9 entries in Class 58 from February 10th to February 26th. Here's your results of Class 57. First goes in congratulations to Madison Linneman. Second is Jace Prince. Third goes to Wacy Lang. Fourth is to Addison Krause. Fifth is to Kenzo Carlson. Sixth goes to Logan Schmidt. Seventh to Gracie Kratzky. Eighth is to Bailey Setlick. Ninth is to Rachel Martinson. 10th, Kylie Ayers. And 11th is to Dustin Douglas.
Well, a good class here. Again, a lot of quality here towards the top end, but I really like the heifer that's going to lead us off. And I think she just needs to do so. I feel pretty comfortable in my mind with her in terms of building them from the ground up. I really like that heifer's foot shape, her lower joint work, her flexibility is really, really nice and correct and good. Whenever she gets into motion, she's by some margin the most attractive. In her hip and hind leg, she's set back most correct in her knee, and also compared to these two that we have in the top pair, I do like the way this heifer balances a bit better from the side, even though she's maybe not just the neatest about the top side of her neck. She's just a nickel cresty there. She is really good still in the way she pieces together. Her lower body balance is a little bit neater, the way she comes to her chest and transitions back to her rear rib and flank. I thought 2 and 3 got just a little closer in my mind. I thought whenever you got them out in motion, though, I thought the black heifer was a little more attractive in the way she used her hip and hind leg and probably just a little more correct. She's got just a little bit of chest like we talked about compared to our class winner. She's a little more jammed up front, and you could make her just a nickel stouter whenever you get in behind her, but I did like her body type, and I liked just the way she used her hip and hind leg a little bit better. The one that comes next is a little bit stouter in terms of her bone work. She's probably a little stouter whenever you get in behind her, so if you want to go back and forth on that pair, I'm good with it. She got a little extra set to her hind leg for me. She's got a little bit of chest as well, so a couple of little things really in motion is where I'd like to change her. She gets just a little extra set and doesn't set down quite as flexible or comfortable as I'd like to see, but I do like her stoutness. As we come on down the line, the young ladies that comes next, long-necked and attractive up front, just a little too frail and gets a little shallower in terms of her body. The Baldy that comes next does have just a little more body. She's got a little bit more chest. She's a little plainer up front compared to the one in front of her. Not quite as attractive there, but I like her extension. The young man's that comes next, moderate, good volume and good substance, just a little bit deeper in her chest, a little more open in her shoulder, and just need to change her in the way she gets out there. She wants to pull her loin down from time to time, just need to change the way she pieces and maintains her balance in motion. Young ladies that's coming next, that heifer has been fighting her just a little bit, one that's got some extension, top line strength is good, a little bit frailer, a little extra set to her hind leg, not as much sweep back to her rear rib and flank. Young man's that comes next is a little bit deeper bodied, and I like that. She just gets a little piecier out here. She's got a little more chest. She's a little bit bigger in terms of her joint work and doesn't blend quite as well. And then the young man's that's going to round us out, extended, good in terms of her top line. She is probably a little smoother than the one that goes out in front of her. She just gets out horsed out here. Needs a little more volume and a little more stoutness. But hey, another good class. Congratulations to all of them.
In the ring next is Class 59. This is your final class of percentage Simmental breeding heifers. After this, our selection will be made for our champion and reserve. Here's the results of Class 58. First will go to Bailey Grant. Second to Luke Katz. Third will go to Nicole Nichols. Fourth is to Gracie Clausen. Fifth to Dayton Dorn. Sixth to Raylan Stutzman. Seventh is to Casey Deathlifts. Eighth to Jarrett Hansen. And ninth to Tanner Hansen.
Well, a good pair that we have here in our final class of the percent semis, and we're going to leave them the way that they came in, and I feel comfortable doing so. The young ladies up front, I think, hits you just a little harder in terms of her balance, her quality from the side. I think her body type, the depth she's got back to her flank allows her to balance just a little bit better, and she's also just a little bit neater in terms of her presentation. I like her body type, I like her sweep, and I like the way she pieces together. The heifer in second, good in terms of her extension, good in her top line balance. She just gets a little bit shallower back into her flank. She needs to come just a little bit bolder, a little softer back into her rear ribbon flank, and she's probably not just quite as attractive in motion compared to our class winner. So a good pair there in our final class. Congratulations to both of you guys.
And congratulations, Class 59. First, we'll go to Meredith Ruda, and second to Nicholas Rohr. Bringing them back in to make our selection of our champion percentage Simmental breeding heifer.
We've announced numerous times today the little kids should not play in the bleachers. So the little kids that are clear to the top of the bleachers playing, come on down here, guys.
An awesome lineup that we have out here in our percent semis, and I'll tell you what, there was a lot of really good cattle that aren't going to get to come back here in a little bit out of this division that I think are very, very high quality, and I have no doubt will probably be really competitive as you guys continue, and that's happened in several breeds before. I'm not talking about just this one, but I just wanted to mention that I thought there was a ton of quality here out of the percent semis, and you guys did an exceptional job getting them shown and getting them presented. I'll talk about them just a little bit. We started off with 2 single entries. I think both of those heifers have some upside for you guys. They're both extended. They're both fresh. They probably give up some of the extras compared to some of the ones behind them today, just in terms of maybe a little bit of volume or some extra stoutness or just piecing together perfect from the side. But you guys are doing a good job with those. The Baldy that came out of the 3rd class there, just in terms of her freshness and presence and balance, she fits in the mix really well compared to the ones behind her. She's maybe not just as stout in terms of her foot and her bone work or opened up as I'd probably like to see her, and we talked about her in class where we could change her a little bit, but her quality, her presence, especially up front, is why she really fits in the mix. We've got the next classes swapped around. We'll talk about the young ladies in the blue shirt, and that pair that was in that class I thought was really competitive, and there was a lot of give and take between those two. Whenever you study this heifer, just stopped, parked, set up from the side, standing still, man, she is very, very attractive, and she puts together awesome look of balance. I love her look up front. I love the way she transitions back to her rear rib and flank. The sweep and depth that she has back into her rear rib is really nice. We talked about on her, you just kind of have to make the call if you're comfortable or not with her structure, and that's where she needs to be changed. She just needs to get out and go and flex a little bit better, and that's probably where you can give a little bit of the advantage to the young man. So we talked about that one needing to be changed just a little bit in terms of her foot shape, but other than that, a really, really nice heifer. So I thought there was a lot of give and take between those two. The young ladies that's in front of her that came out of that next class, whenever you talk about one, building them from the ground up and making them correct, that's where I really like her. Of all of the cattle that we saw in this division, she's my favorite in terms of her foot shape, her lower joint work, the angles, the flexibility that she has. She is really, really good there, and still I like her rib. I like her body type. You've done an awesome job managing her, getting her presented today. We talked about how she's maybe not just the neatest about the top side of her neck compared to some of the other cattle that we've seen, but if you told me she was bad balanced or bad looking because of it, I'd have to argue with you, because I think there's a lot of quality in her. And then we came out of the last class with 2 heifers that I thought were good and fell into place well, and I like the young lady's red Baldy, and I think she fits in the mix because she is one that comes with quality, presence up front. I like her body type and the depth that she has. So I think a lot of really good things. That heifer maybe is just a nickel more upright in her knee, not quite as just overwhelming in the turn to her forerib compared to some of the other ones. But hey, another really nice heifer that I think fits in the mix very, very well. I think we're going to bring 3 back out of this division. I think you guys deserve that. I want to bring a couple more, and I think there's 3 of them that I've kept going through and sifting through in my mind of which ones I liked, the differences between them. So I want to make sure we pull those 3 back here in a little bit into contention. So I'll put this down. I'll show you the ones that I like. If you guys would, congratulate these exhibitors on a really, really nice drive out here.
Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Our champion percentage Simmental breeding heifer exhibited by Bailey Grant. The reserve champion is Madison Linneman. And third will go to Jace Prince. We're moving on now to Class 60. This is a Speckled Park Division AOB breeding heifer. There will be 3 entries in this grouping, and your champion in reserve will come out of Class 60s.
Well, as they come on around, we've just got one class here in this division, I believe, and our champion and reserve are going to be the 2 young men up front. I thought the young man's kind of white heifer. Oh. You okay, buddy? Okay. All right. I thought the young man's white heifer up front, or predominantly white heifer, just had a little more volume and a little more substance, a rib and body. She gets a little rounder out of her hips, so we can make her a little square there, and that's probably where yours is a little bit better. She is just a little bit square out of her hip, just doesn't have as much volume in terms of her rib, her body type. Young man's, it's going to be third. Extension is good in her, and she's fresh. She just gets a little bit frailer out here. So a really good class. If you guys would congratulate all three of those guys on a good class.
Congratulations, your champion Speckled Park Division AOB breeding heifer exhibited by Heston Scott. Reserve champion is Rexton Myers. We're moving on to a single entry in our AOB breeding heifer born April 21st.
Well, the single entry that we have here, one that's good looking. I like her extension up front, her freshness, that little splash of color as well is really attractive. She pieces together nicely from the side. You could probably stouten her just a little bit down low in terms of her foot and her bone work, but a heifer that's got some quality out here, and young lady's doing a good job. So congratulations on a nice single entry.
Congratulations, our champion AOB breeding heifer, Grayson Katachi. We're now moving on to our commercial breeding heifers. This will be class number 62. Just to let folks know, there's a total of 65. So we were on class 62. There should be 6 entries from May 1st to June 7th.
Well, I like these two heifers on the top end of this class really, really nicely. There's a little bit of trade-off between the two of them, but I do think the young man's, whenever she wants to cooperate and she gets out and goes, she probably flexes and fills her tracks just a little bit better in my mind. I think between the two, she's also the one that's just a little bit stouter in terms of her foot and bone work. She's a little bit bigger and a little stouter, I think, as well, whenever you get in behind her in terms of her hip and pin set. Now, she's not perfect. She gets just a little open in her shoulder, and from time to time, standing still, she'll want to roll just a little bit, come up in her loin and roll out of her hip. And the heifer in second, standing still, there's your look at her, is really nice. And the way she pieces together from the side, awesome looking up front. I like her lower body balance and the depth that she has back into her flank. For me, that heifer is just a little too tentative whenever she gets out in motion. She doesn't reach out of her front end or fill her track quite like I'd like to see her. And I think between the two, she also gets just a little bit flatter right behind her shoulder and just a little more peaked in the turn to her upper rib. But if I think that pair up top is very close, and there's a little bit of give and take back and forth between those two. The young ladies that comes third, stout and powerful. She is really overwhelming in terms of body shape and having some substance. I like her stoutness of bone work to go along with it. She just gets a little bit too piecey. She's a little more open in her shoulder. She wants to roll out of her hip just a little bit, and she doesn't set down quite as well as we probably like to see her on her rear feet there. The young ladies that comes next, another one, extension up front is good. She's got some stoutness, gets a little bit coarser and a little straighter off either end of her build. We need to relax her a little bit there. The young ladies that comes next, one that's, again, extended up front, fresh. You're doing a good job getting her shown out here. A little too frail for me in terms of her bone work, a little too shallow and green in her rib and body type. Young man's that's going to round us out, one that I like in terms of an extra splash of color. She's got some body, just a little plainer out here in terms of the way she pieces together. Doesn't get out and go quite like we'd like to see her, just a little more comfortable there. But a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And congratulations out of class 62. First we'll go to Landon Linneman. Second is to Addison Grodelution. Third to Wazy Lange. Fourth is to Karina Smirna. Fifth goes to Tatum Carlson. And sixth to Corbin Canuck. Class 63 is in the ring next. There should be 7 entries from April 1st to April 23rd.
Well, a good class, a lot of discussion on these cattle. You can go ahead and follow her, okay? A lot of discussion on these cattle. I think specifically between these top three, a couple of different things that you could probably do and land on it and be okay. There's some different kinds between these, especially our top pair are just a little bit different. Whenever you just study them from the side, set up at the profile, the young man's up front, I think she's the one that probably hits me the best in terms of quality, balance, and the way she pieces together at the silhouette compared to the one behind her. She is just a little bit better at the base of her chest, and the way she transitions allows her lower body balance to hit you a little bit better. And I like that she comes with a little extra stoutness of bone work as well. I wish that heifer got out in motion a little bit better out of her front end. She kind of wants to drop her neck there, and she doesn't get out and just flex and reach probably quite like I'd like to see her. But I do like that heifer's presence in here. I like her stoutness a feature, and I like the way she balances. The heifer that's going to be second of these three, whenever you study them in motion and talk about structure, honestly, I think she's as flexible as anything that we have in the class. She just gets a little too frail in terms of her bone work and a little more general out here in terms of her look, but she's good bodied and she's flexible. So she's a good kind of a female you're doing a good job there with. The gray heifer that comes next, one that's got some substance, she's got some body and volume, she's got some stoutness of bone work. She's not quite as neat or as attractive up front. From time to time, she wants to twist out just a little bit more up front. She was kind of knuckling up and coming over there in her front pasture and a little bit here at the end. And so a couple of things you could change on her to probably make her hit you a little harder, but I like her substance and stoutness. The painted up heifer that comes next, a little bit longer necked than the one that goes out right in front of her, just not as much in terms of substance right behind her shoulder, not quite as stout in terms of her bone work. The young lady's baldy that comes next, extension is good, top line is good, need to change the way she sets down at the ground. And you can see standing still, she doesn't have the most attractive angle to her hind leg, and she gets a little more upright in her knee and her shoulder, so need to change her structure to be a bit more comfortable. And the young man's that's going to round us out, got some extension, top line strength and consistency is good in her, just a little bit plainer, a little crestier, not quite as smooth and feminine as some of the others. Another good class. Congratulations to all of you guys.
Congratulations out of class 63. Here's your results. First goes to Owen Lawson. Second is exhibited by Nora Sonnenfeld. Third to Brooke Hansen. Fourth to Sydney Jenkins. Fifth to Jaylee Haggerty. And sixth to Cooper Victor. We have turned the page. This is the last couple classes we have before our division drive and then our championship drive. Here is class 64. There's 13 entries in 64. From the 4th of March to the 25th.
Well, a good class that we have here. I took a little bit more time. I wanted to make sure I had my looks right on 2 and 3. I don't want you guys thinking that I was thinking about beating this heifer that's going to win. I really, really like her, especially when the young lady gets her presented at the profile. She is very striking. A lot of presence up front, really attractive about her head and her neck. She blends really nicely into her shoulder and comes back, and I really like that heifer's rib and body type, and she's still very, very fresh. I think that heifer is plenty flexible. Maybe from time to time she looks like she misses her stride just by a nickel, and I'd like to see her a little bit stouter in her bone work, but a lot of quality in that heifer. I really, really like her. I thought 2 and 3 there was a little bit of give and take, but I do like the balance and the flexibility of the yellow heifer. I thought she came in and really hit me hard, and I think she's a good balance, good bodied heifer that's really flexible and good in her lower joint work. She could be just a little bit bolder right behind her shoulder and make her opened up a little bit better, but I thought between these two, she hit me just a little smoother in her shoulder and a little more correct in the way she uses her hind leg. The red heifer that comes next is a little bit stouter than the yellow heifer. Right down her top and out of her hip, she's got a little more substance, a little more spring of rib. She's just got a little bit more shoulder. She's not as good in the way she uses her hip and hind leg. We could relax her tail head down, clean her up a little bit about the top side of her neck, and she's got just a little bit of navel there as well. So it's just a couple of little things to kind of pick on her, but a nice heifer that's got some good pieces. The heifer that comes next is good bodied. She's got some extension and she's flexible. She's got a little bit of chest and she wants to roll out of her hip, and she gets a little lazy and wants to duck her pin set. So I wish we could make her just a little bit leveler the way she comes to her hip and maintain her balance a little bit better. Young man's that's coming next is a little stout powerhouse, kind of a female. She's big boned. She's good bodied. She just gets a little bit too coarse and probably not quite as feminine. She wants to twist out a little bit up front, and she probably is on the edge of being just a little bit cuter in her maturity pattern, but I do like her substance and her stoutness. You've done a good job getting her presented. The heifer that came next, standing still, angular, got some extension up front, top line balance is good, a little too frail down low in terms of her foot and bone work, and a little more upright in her knee and her shoulder. Red and white heifer that comes next, good bodied, got some substance and got some stoutness, just a little bit plainer, doesn't hook up quite as good right behind her shoulder, gets a little extra set to her hind leg, and just doesn't hit you with as many as the extras. The young lady's black and white heifer that comes next is extended, just a little bit shallower in her rib and body. Want to soften her a little bit there in the center portion of her body and make her look just a little more practical. The brockle coming next, one that's got some substance up high, a little bit plainer in her look up front, doesn't balance quite as well from the side. And then the young ladies that's going to round us out is a little bit more moderate in terms of her frame size, just gets a little too plain, a little too piecey and coarse out here. But another good class. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Entry now is class 65 of 66. This is a commercial breeding heifer class that is birth dates from the 3rd of February to the 28th. Here's your results coming out of class 64. First we'll go to Addison Krause, second to Kason Carlson, third is to Weston Stemick, fourth to Tate Pruis, fifth will go to Dustin Douglas, sixth to Rachel Martinson, seventh to Brody Hain, eighth to Addie Stump, ninth goes to Kenron Eltherton, 10th to Anna Warm.
Well, another good class, and I think one to win in here, and a really nice heifer at that. One that I like in terms of her stoutness and her power. She's good in the way she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder and the turn to her rib. Her stoutness from behind, she's big pinned, and she's got a lot of dimension and power, and she's got the stoutness of bone work to go along with that. She's maybe not just the neatest in her shoulder and doesn't get out of her front end just perfect there, but I really like that heifer substance. I've got a good view of her from behind right now. She is really powerful, and I like that about her. The young ladies that's going to be second, I thought stopped and parked at the profile. She's the one that looks like the next one in terms of balance, quality, extension up front. I like her lower body balance in between her and the one that comes next. She is just a little bit stouter in terms of her bone work and hit me just a little bit harder initial impression. Need to make her a little more comfortable in the way she gets out, flexes, and sets down on her hind leg, make her a little more attractive about her head as well. The heifer that comes next, you've done a good job getting presented today. She's got some extension. I like her boldness and her shape up high. She's got some turn to her rib. She's not quite as deep in the sweep back to her rear rib and flank, and she gets a little too frail for me in terms of her foot and her bone work. The black and white heifer coming next, extended up front, and that heifer is just a little stouter in terms of her bone work. She gets a little more upright in the set to her knee and her shoulder, a little flatter in the turn to her rib behind it, so we could change her a little bit in those couple of spots. The heifer that comes at next, kind of the colored up yellow and white heifer, is moderate and chunky, and she's stout, and I like the power that she has. She's got some stoutness of bone work. She gets just a little too coarse out here. Need to change her a little bit down low. She gets too open, wants to twist out, knuckles up in her passer, and just need to change her structure and her build a little bit. And then we round out with a pair of heifers, I think, that have some body, that have some practicality. They just look a little bit plainer out here compared to some of the ones in front of them. They're a little frailer in terms of their foot and bone work, and we can make them balance up just a little bit better to be a little bit more competitive. But hey, another good class. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, our final class of NCC, the Classic. Before we pick our division champion, this is class number 66, one single entry, September 12th is the birth date. Here's your results of 65. First goes to J.C. Schmidt, second is to Avery Krause, third to Chase Casper, fourth to Jovi Setlick, fifth will go to Cash Stewart, sixth is to Becca Sheets, and seventh to William Podolek. Again, this is the final class before our champion division is selected.
Well, a good way to end our last class of the day, and a really nice heifer that I like a lot of things about. Whenever she gets her brought around here, there's a good look at her. Very high quality. I like her extension, I like her balance, and I like the way she pieces together out here. We'll get her back out here with a couple of buddies so she won't be so antsy for you. If you guys would congratulate her on a nice single entry.
All right, congratulations to Kinsley Bremer, the winner of the Class 66. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring them all back in. Make your selection of your champion commercial breeding heifer and reserve. And she will be placing 5 to go on to the final drive.
Well, a nice lineup that we have, our last breed before we get into our final drive, and I'll be really anxious to see our champions back out here together. There's been a lot of good cattle come through the ring today. I've really enjoyed getting to sort through the classes, and there will be some stuff that won't get a piece of the show today that I have no doubt will be very competitive as you guys continue on. And so I know some of you guys are getting ready to pack up and head out of here, so I just want to say the very best of luck to everybody later on into this spring. We'll talk about these class winners that we have out here a little bit. The young mans that came up front here, I like this heifer, stoutness and substance and power. There was a pair in there that I thought were really, really nice and kind of complemented each other. This heifer's shape and substance and stoutness I liked, and I thought she had the substance of bone work to match that as well. We talked about her not quite as neat in terms of her neck and her shoulder comparative to the one that was second, and from time to time she wants to come up just a little bit in her loin, and she doesn't just stay perfectly level from hooks to pins, but I do like that heifer's stoutness and her power. Young mans that came out of that second class, kind of a mixed bag in there, and a couple of different things that you could do. I thought she just kind of looked the part, looked like the one that balanced up the best. I liked her presence, I like her stoutness of bone work, and she fits in our lineup well because of those things, and you're doing a good job with her. We had a really good class winner come out of that third class, and I love this heifer. Whenever she gets set up from the profile, there's your look at her. Very, very nice in terms of her silhouette, the way she pieces together. Good looking up front about her head and her neck, and she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder really nicely and has the right kind of body type. I love her rear rib and rear flank, and I still think she's plenty flexible when she gets out into motion. She maybe just doesn't reach the most attractive out of anything that we've seen today, but she's plenty flexible. We could stouten her a little bit in terms of her bone work, but a lot of quality there in her. Heifer that came out of the next class, stout and powerful, and I really like her, especially whenever you get in behind her. She is really good in terms of her dimension that she has. She's got the stoutness of bone work to go along with it. She maybe gets just a nickel more open in her shoulders. She's not just quite as neat up front, but I like her from her shoulder back. I like her stoutness and her substance and power. Then we have the young lady single entry that just came out of that last class, one that I like in terms of her extension, her freshness, her body type is good. You've done a really good job managing her. From time to time, she doesn't transition just perfect from her shoulder into her forerib. Maybe you could change her just a little bit there, but I really like that heifer's presence. There's your look at her. Still a lot of quality to her. So I think some really nice class winners, very nice seconds over here as well. I'll put this down and show you the ones that I like. I believe Renette said we're going to get 5 out of here. Okay, so I'll put this down. There's one that I really like. It suits me really good, and I think after that I'll have some decisions to make. But for me, the young ladies there out of the third class is going to be your champion. If you guys would, congratulate her. I'll get you the rest of the 4.
All right, if we could get some gentlemen to help with expanding of the show ring, please. That'll help to move the process along a lot quicker. And ladies as well, do not want to discriminate. Congratulations, your commercial breeding heifer exhibited by Addison Krause. Reserve went to J.C. Schmidt. Third went to Landon Linneman. Fourth to Addison Grodelution. And fifth to Kinsley Bremer.
Thanks, everybody, for your help. And again, we've talked about the sponsors that make things possible here at the Classic, the hard work of all the board of directors, and really want to thank everybody. It takes a team to put on this event, and want to thank everybody for being here, being a part of it. You know, Susan and I were just discussing the number of breeding heifer entries this year, and basically we're about 100 head higher than a year ago in the breeding heifer show. So great day, long day, but at least the sun's shining.
Yeah, and that's something I'll be excited to talk about on the radio, because we've been talking for months about heifer retention, and are we seeing kids even keeping back heifers to show for county and jackpot shows? And I can use this as a perfect example. It might be slow to start, but this is good proof that there is still the desire to have those cows and heifers and bringing them back to the operations. You know, the other thing I want to mention quick is we're bringing in all these kids. These kids wear many, many hats. Did you know we had a state wrestling champion showing this weekend?
You know, and sports, they're part of FFA, they're in 4-H, they're in so many different activities. And you were paying attention yesterday, you know, Brent did a great job of talking about competition and the fire in the belly. And I don't think we need to question that at all when it comes to the kids here at the Classic.
Yeah, we had kids that do a lot of different things, from wearing crowns to wearing singlets to everything in between. So hats off to all these youth for all the different balls that they juggle in the air to continue to keep them motivated and showing up in the show ring. So let's run through and announce our champions that are coming in for this final drive runette representing the Angus. We got Tucker Stegmeyer. In the Charlay, Sydney Allard. In the Composite Charlay, Sarah Mead. In the Keys, it is L.J. Wells. The Keyangus, Kasha Elber. In the Galve, Tegan Butterfield. Balancer is Paige Wolohoski. In the Mini Hereford, Berkeley Went. In the Hereford, Tucker Stegmeyer. In the Polled Hereford, Carly Coulterman. In the Lim-Flex, Tinley Luby. In the Maine-Anjou, Josie Johnson. In the Maine-Angus, Logan Barta. In the Mainetainer, Colton Croker. In the Red Angus, it is Kyler Plug. In the Red Angus Composite, Canyon Plug. In the Scottish Highland, Easton Bowes. The Shorthorn, Sarah Allard. In the Shorthorn Plus, Bianca Wood. In the Purebred Simmental, Jamie Hoblin. In the Percentage Simmental, Bailey Grant. In the Speckled Park Division AOB, Heston Scott. In the AOB, Grayson Quateri, and in the commercial, Addison Krause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these youth a big round of applause because there's a million different ways they could go when they're here today.
You know, we need to take a moment, and a young lady that has done a great job of working with your kids today. And on behalf of the Nebraska Classic and everybody involved, it's truly an honor to have Miss Macy Gretzka been with us all day. Again, a reminder, you know, she grew up in Corden, Iowa. She's no stranger to the show ring. She raised show cattle herself. She attended Redlands Community College, Oklahoma State. She judged on both of those livestock judging teams very successfully. Macy also assisted at coaching the livestock judging team at OSU while she was pursuing her master's in meat science. Macy now works at Redlands and assists coach for the livestock judging team there. And ladies and gentlemen, let's thank this young lady. You know, she's had no lunch today, no break. She stayed right with it. She loved working with your kids. Let's give her a thank you, guys.
Well, what a great lineup that we have out here as we've worked through all of our breeds today. I've kind of been thinking in the back of my mind which ones I thought hit me really hard, which ones I was really excited to see back out here. And man, whenever we get them back out here, there's a lot of quality and a lot of really good cattle. I'm really happy with the lineup that we have and really excited to get to pick our top 10 out here. There's a lot of cattle I really like, and there's some that might not make this selection today that I think will be really competitive as you guys continue on later into the spring and the summer and even into the fall. So I want to wish you guys the very best of luck, and maybe even some exhibitors standing ringside that didn't get to come back out here. I wish you guys the very best of luck, and even if you didn't do as well as you hoped today, it's okay to feel a little bit disappointed and want to feel like you should have done better. Just use that to go home, work harder, and shoot higher for the next show. I've got a little brother. He's 10 years younger than me, and we show steers primarily at my house. And so anytime I get to watch him, it's always high emotions. And I see him when he doesn't do as well as he hoped to. He can get frustrated, or he can choose to work harder and try to do better next time. And so sometimes we have to channel those emotions. But you guys are going to have really promising futures, not only this year but later on. This is a really special time of year to me. As Ronette said, I'm from Iowa. I grew up in south central Iowa, showing and raising cattle with my family. And so just this past weekend was the Iowa Beef Expo. So that's where you would have always found me when I was growing up. And so I know this is a really fun time of the year for you guys to get out, get your stuff shown, get everything, get its premiere, and get the year started. And so I hope you guys have had a lot of fun this weekend. It truly means a lot to me to get get to share this experience and get to share this weekend with you, because I know weekends like these, when you're with your family, with your friends out on the road, getting to work hard, getting to do fun stuff, and maybe having some disappointment, these are the times that you guys are going to remember, and the times and the experiences that are going to make you better as you continue on down the road. So thank you for letting me share this part of your weekend and being out here and getting to make some decisions that honestly were tough. There was a lot of good cattle. I know that we've lost some people today, but I want to say thank you to Renette and her crew and everybody behind the scenes. Not only have they been here for the junior show this week, and you guys have been here all week, and so I know it takes a lot longer than just 1 week. It's a year-round process to put on something like this. I sure appreciate everything that you guys do for these young people. I know that they do, and I'm sure parents, grandparents, and breeders and everybody standing ringside appreciates that too. So if you guys would, give them a big round of applause and appreciation for what they've done. I'm not going to go back through and talk about our breed champions. I'm very excited, though, to get to pick the ones that I thought hit me really, really hard. I'll be excited to work through and get you a top 10. There's a handful that I knew coming back. We're going to be right there in contention and really competitive with each other. And, man, it's really good whenever we get back out here. I'm going to put this down. I'm going to show you the 10 that I like. Thank you again for letting me be a part of this. I've had a ton of fun today. I've really tried to buckle down and pay attention whenever it got close and whenever it got tough, because I don't take getting an opportunity like this lightly. It wasn't that long ago I was in y'all's shoes, and some of you are pretty close to my age, and so this is something that I really appreciate the opportunity getting to do. It's been a lot of fun. I'm going to put this down. If you guys would give all these junior exhibitors a big round of applause, I'll show you the 10 that I like.
And Ronette has asked us, they are selected if you can make your way immediately to the backdrop with your animal. And form the line in the order, she said. Congratulations to Jamie Hoblin with the Purebred Simmental.
And it'll work perfect. We'll just have you go right towards the backdrop, and we'll form a line over there just so it frees up some ring space. Have someone from your family come and pick up your banner and all your goods. That way, kids, you need to push to the outside of the ring so that we know where you're at. Push to the outside of the ring, everybody.
Congratulations, Colton Croker with the Mainetainer will be your reserve champion breeding heifer. Congratulations, third overall is Bailey Grant with the Percentage Simmental.
Give your mom a mic.
Champion Maine-Anjou. Josie Johnson, champion Maine-Anjou.
Congratulations to Josie Johnson. She will be your fourth overall with the Maine-Anjou.
Champion Pulled Hereford, Carly Coulterman.
Congratulations, your fifth overall goes to Carly Coulterman with the Pulled Hereford.
Champion Angus, Tucker Stagmeyer.
Congratulations to Tucker Stagmeyer. Out of the Angus will be your sixth overall. 7th overall goes to Addison Krause from the commercials. Eighth overall is your reserve Angus and McKinley Stoller. Ninth overall is your reserve Mainetainer and Brayson Miller. And your 10th overall will go to the reserve percent Simmental, Madison Linneman. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors from this entire week of events. We really appreciate you being here, taking time to show your cattle, being here to make purchases as well. Safe travels home, and we look forward to seeing you come this summer at the pop-up.